Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Childhood Friends Who Changed. Wayne. Regarding the opening scale of The Departed, the three major cinema chains have expressed their utmost support. As for the two later films of The Matrix, they only need to determine the basic scope. After Wayne has settled with Zack Snyder, the specific details of the film will naturally be discussed by his subordinates. Bruce Rosenblum changed the subject and brought the topic to the upcoming The Departed. In the past few years, your film has brought enough traffic and a lot of revenue to the cinema chains. Now those companies have long been eyeing this film, but they have easily obtained more than 3,200 theaters for the opening without much work from the distribution department. As the head of the distribution department of Warner Brothers, this is what he feels most deeply. Cinema chains never look at how high the reputation of a film is, nor do they care whether the film has so-called artistic achievements. They consider the problem in a very pure way, that is, whether the film can sell more tickets and bring them enough revenue and daily traffic. The brand effect of Greenberg's production can affect more than just ordinary moviegoers. It also affects the strategy of theater companies. This movie. Wayne shook his head slightly and said without hesitation, "You all know the situation of The Departed. I expect that the box office will be difficult to compare with the DC series. Even the box office or peripheral revenue of The Matrix and Twister that have already been released may be higher than The Departed. Then why do you put the movie with Ransom Storm?" Bruce Rosenblum was surprised after hearing this and immediately couldn't help asking back. In his impression, Wayne's movies can't be measured by market rules at the box office. The Departed is indeed not a pure commercial film, but the other party's previous projects also have thin commercial element. Don't worry about this. Before the main person answered, Jeff Robinov interrupted the distribution director's doubts. With the brand effect of Greenberg's production, Wayne's basic fan base in North America can guarantee that the box office figures will not be too low. The situation of the summer season is now quite clear. The North American box office of The Matrix exceeded $170 million, squeezing the box office of The Hulk released at the same time to less than $80 million. In the third week of its release, it can still threaten Mission Impossible, which was released in its first week. This movie has made enough profits. After winning the box office championship for 2 consecutive weeks, the popularity of watching movies has declined, and the scale of screening has just been reduced. Twister immediately took over the position of The Matrix and continued to occupy the weekly box office champion. Now that the first weekend has passed, Twister has gained a considerable advantage over Paramount's Mission Impossible. The action blockbuster led by Tom Cruise is basically unlikely to turn around under the siege of The Matrix, which has been released for 3 weeks at Warner Brothers, and Twister, which was released in its first week. Therefore, all the senior executives and shareholders of Warner Brothers, as well as many people in the industry, naturally focused on the upcoming The Departed. No one believed that Wayne would fall, but think about the type of film revealed by The Departed and the specific information of the film, which has been covered up by Warner Brothers, so more people are looking forward to whether this film can make him fall. After all, as long as it involves the little golden man, no one can be unaffected. Whether Wayne will change his shooting style to cater to the taste of the Academy for the highest honor is very exciting. Some things are clear in everyone's mind, but they can never be said openly. Looking back at the Oscars for Best Director in recent years, those essays that deliberately cater to the taste of the Academy are basically difficult to gain market recognition, and can even be said to be isolated from the audience. The times have quietly changed a long time ago. The films that the audience likes to watch, and the works that the nostalgic old men in the Academy want to see, are completely the products of 2 different times. They are 2 different things. Don't worry, I can still guarantee that I can recover the cost from the box office. Just like the countless gatherings that happened in this office before. Wayne stood up and adjusted his suit while speaking, ready to leave after the business was finished. As for the peripheral profits and offline copyright and videotape income, it depends on what kind of results can be achieved at the Oscars. Needless to say, the marketing effect of the little golden man has been proven countless times. As long as a film wins a heavyweight award at the awards ceremony, the revenue it can bring to the producer is never a small number. Otherwise, there would not be a promoter like Harvey Weinstein who works tirelessly every year as a business. And the purpose of Wayne's words was understood by the other people present. Jeff Robinoff suddenly smiled and assured him in his eyes, "Don't worry, Warner Brothers will invest the most resources to ensure the chance of The Departed winning. Okay, you continue. Don't forget the party on Saturday." Wayne waved his hand, took Nina and turned to walk out of the office. This is the last weekend he can be a little free, and then he will inevitably start the promotion of The Departed. It just happened that Zack Snyder also came back, so the party was arranged on this Saturday. When there were only 2 executives left in the office, they looked at each other, and Bruce Rosenblum said, "What do you think is the probability of The Departed winning the little golden man that Wayne wants? No less than 60% or 70%. Jeff Robinoff knew that this probability was already rare in history, but he still felt that he was quite conservative. "Bruce, there are still a lot of patterns in that game. Just watch. Even if The Departed doesn't suit the tastes of those old men, most of them will pinch their noses and cast their votes for some reasons." Bruce Rosenblum nodded, and suddenly a smile with obvious sarcasm appeared on his face. Maybe the biggest obstacle for Wayne's film to win the award will not come from competitors, but from the excessive box office of the film itself. The Academy has never liked movies with strong commercial element. They think such movies lack artistry, which is known to almost everyone in the industry. And whether a movie has strong commercial element or not, it is usually enough to look at its box office performance directly. The Oscars are still a long way off. Let's focus on the competition in the summer season first. At the same time, in the office of the chairman of Walt Disney, another Hollywood giant also located in Burbank, 2 childhood friends were also discussing the film The Departed. The big production that was released on the same weekend as The Departed was Ransom Storm, produced by Disney and distributed by its subsidiary Buena Vista International. Although Ransom Storm has a luxurious creative lineup, the director is a veteran Ron Howard, and Mel Gibson is even more popular, but countless facts have proved that no one can underestimate Wayne Greenberg's movies. Think of other ways to disrupt Wayne Greenberg's promotion rhythm. Disney tyrant Michael Eisner sat on the large sofa and tapped the table with one finger. Warner Brothers' revenue and performance are becoming increasingly difficult to catch up with. This year, their big production success rate is too high. As a former agent emperor, Michael Ovitz and the other party are childhood friends. The reason why he resolutely gave up the agent empire he built and joined Disney, one of the 6 Hollywood giants, as the CEO was because of the strong invitation of his childhood friend. However, in the past few months since joining Disney, his life has been completely different from what he imagined, and the two have gradually had quite a lot of conflicts. But he is still trying to integrate into this giant. He has given up so much and naturally hopes to stay completely. This year, Warner Brothers' revenue will most likely rank first among the 6 companies. Michael Ovitz's voice is not hurried or slow. In some aspects, he does have stronger capabilities. Warner Brothers did not release detailed peripheral sales data for The Matrix. I got some specific statistics through my relationship with Warner Brothers. As the controller of the once largest agency in Hollywood, the connections he has behind him will always be a mystery, but this can guarantee that there are almost no secrets in the circle that can be hidden from him. Taking out 2 sheets of printed paper from his briefcase, Michael Ovitz placed them on the table in front of his childhood friend. Look, judging from the revenue from the peripherals of The Matrix and the data from Twister over the past few days, Warner Brothers is going to make a fortune again. Listen, Mike. Michael Eisner picked up the statistics, but didn't look at them immediately. Instead, he kept staring at the other person. We are talking about The Departed, which is about to be released. That is our main competitor. No matter how strong The Matrix and Twister are, they are the troubles of Universal Pictures and Paramount, and have nothing to do with us. This is the main reason for the many conflicts between them. Michael Eisner has been in power for many years. No matter who he faces, he looks down on him, and his tone of voice is the same. As the CEO, he did not receive special respect from his childhood friend. and for Disney's work arrangements, every aspect is constrained by the other party, which is completely different from what he imagined as a CEO. He has no freedom at all. Take a look first. Don't you want to interrupt Wayne Greenberg's publicity rhythm? The answer is in here. Trying hard to suppress his emotions, Michael Ovitz pointed at the statistical report and said patiently, Chapter 402 Representatives among the successful. The Matrix peripheral revenue has exceeded 100 million. Michael Eisner frowned when he saw this number for the first time. He didn't look at the detailed statistics of peripheral items in the front and directly skipped to the last number. He put down the statistics in his hand, picked up the coffee, and took a big sip, and said, "What do you mean? Are you just trying to tell me that Warner Brothers and Wayne Greenberg are going to make a fortune? Well, no one expected the peripheral sales to be so high. This is indeed a surprise." As if he didn't hear the sarcasm in Michael Eisner's tone, Michael Ovitz frowned and ignored the other party's question. Instead, he picked up the statistics and continued, "Note that the best-selling sunglasses, windbreakers, pendants of the male and female protagonists and other movie derivatives are all from Warner Brothers' own peripheral companies. Secondly, various peripheral items, such as Nokia's expensive slider phones, boots, character models, etc. The commission contracts signed by Warner Brothers and the brand are not less than 35%. How much profit margin is there here? Yes, in recent years, the proportion of peripheral profits from Hollywood's best-selling films has indeed become increasingly important. Although Michael Eisner didn't understand what the other party wanted to express, he agreed with some of the points. But it's really rare for the sales of peripheral products to explode like The Matrix. If you only look at the film type of The Matrix, no one would believe that the peripheral products would explode. After all, it is just an original R-rated film that is not an adaptation or a sequel. However, as the film opened on the first day, the peripheral products were sold out, and it was common for peripheral stores to sell out the inventory of a weekend in one day. If you ignore the attribute of the film being an R-rated film, the revenue ratio of this aspect is comparable to that of Batman Begins. Michael Ovitz nodded and continued, "Pay attention. We only see the data released by Warner Brothers, which is only the harvest in North America. No one knows how the film is sold overseas." Another particularly important point is that, although The Matrix is gradually being reduced in screening scale due to its R-rated film positioning, it will become an offline advantage after it is taken off the shelves. In video rental and copyright transactions, R-rated films are more favored by ordinary buyers. In other words, this film has greater profits waiting for Warner Brothers and Wayne Greenberg to reap. The objective fact is that in the offline video rental and trading market in North America, large-scale horror films, plasma films, grindhouse films and other films with taboo tendencies are the main force in this market. This involves human nature and the film rating system. Countless teenagers cannot openly walk into the theater to watch an 18-rated movie, but there are too many loopholes that can be exploited in video rental and trading. CAA inevitably fell into turmoil after I proposed to leave. No one expected that Martin Bob, that idiot, would easily let go of a big client like Wayne Greenberg. Thinking of the brokerage empire he built, Michael Ovitz couldn't help but sigh. Especially after he came to work at Walt Disney, he faced power struggles and office politics every day. During this period, he often doubted his choice. The Emperor Disney had been listening silently. He was very curious about what his childhood friend wanted to do. After investigating so many things, Michael Ovitz continued without any pause. For a hit series like The Matrix, the revenue that a movie can bring to Wayne Greenberg is far more than the salary plus share of directing a movie himself. This is the benefit of being the owner of a film company. Judging from the ending of the story of this film, it is obvious that there are still many things to be filmed later. Warner Brothers and Wayne Greenberg will not give up the production of the sequel easily. According to the rules of the industry, if you want to ensure that subsequent films have the highest success rate, you can only continue to use the main creative lineup of the first film. What is the core of the main creative lineup of The Matrix? The male lead Lee must not be changed, and the same goes for the female lead Charlize Theron. They are the signature of this movie, to attract more fans in the future. The more important creative core is actually the novice director Zack Snyder. His shooting style is in line with Wayne Greenberg, and the fit with the film is the highest. if we leave his guidance. You mean? Hearing this, Michael Eisner gradually sat up straight, stared at Michael Ovitz, and said, the profits involved in the Matrix are too big, enough to make people lose their composure. If we try to make the sequel director have an accident, no, we must make the sequel director have problems. Aha. Michael Ovitz shrugged and exhaled. Don't forget what I'm best at. On Sunday afternoon, I made an appointment with Zack Snyder for coffee through his agent. Are you sure? Michael Eisner suddenly laughed. If they could really dick Zack Snyder over, not to mention the director's own value, I'm afraid Wayne Greenberg and Warner Brothers would be confused for a while. The director of the sequel to The Matrix was gone, which would definitely be a big thing that could drive people crazy. Not sure. Although he said he was not sure, Michael Ovitz's smile was still there. He looked at his childhood friend and continued, so I need Disney's support to offer the young director conditions that he can't refuse. Everyone has his own price, right? Go for it. If he wants to stay at Walt Disney and get the rights that the CEO deserves, the safest way is, of course, to show his ability to the board of directors and his childhood friend, and this is an opportunity for him. Now that the internal factional struggles in Disney are fierce, Michael Eisner's opponents are gradually increasing. A strong and tyrannical chairman, when Disney's performance is growing rapidly, everyone will be willing to surround him, because he can lead Disney to bring enough benefits to everyone. But now the situation has gradually changed. Michael Eisner's style of doing things has become more and more overbearing. Disney has fallen into a state of stagnation, whether it is the fundamental hand-drawn animation business or the development of live-action feature films. Especially in the past 2 years, facing the strong rise of Warner Brothers and Paramount's close behind, Disney's main point of maintaining its own revenue is still the traditional copyright of animated feature films, and there is no new growth point. It was like a vicious cycle. The company's executives were fighting in their own factions, Michael Eisner was still doing his own thing, and the board of directors was not unanimous. Everything was in chaos, and there was no sign of improvement. It was precisely this chaotic power struggle that gave Michael Ovitz the opportunity to gain a foothold, provided that the executives and the board of directors could see his ability and hope that he would bring benefits to Disney. He absolutely did not want to see a high salary like this, but living under the shadow of his childhood friend's power every day. Michael Ovitz has never lacked ambition, otherwise he would not be rumored to be the mastermind behind controlling Hollywood stars on the internet in the future. Time moved forward in the calculations of various companies. Twister did not live up to Warner Brothers' expectations. Not only did it perform amazingly in the first weekend, but the film also suppressed Mission Impossible in the following working days with its strong reputation and special subject matter. When entering the second weekend, including the producers Paramount and Tom Cruise, everyone knew that there was basically no hope of turning the tables at the box office. Embarrassingly, in terms of sales of movie peripherals, Mission Impossible also performed unexpectedly weak. If it is not compared with the two films of its competitors, no one can say that Mission Impossible has failed. After all, with Tom Cruise, it is destined to be too cold at the box office. In the past 7 days, although the film did not have an explosive single-day box office growth, it performed quite steadily. 4 working days plus the first 3 days of the weekend, the North American theater market closed at a total of $59.8 million. This number is of course not comparable to Twister, which is getting further and further away. Steven Spielberg's film, which was produced by himself, collected $92.5 million in the past 7 days. Many third-party forecasting agencies expressed through the media that they are optimistic about this film becoming the first film in 1996 to exceed $200 million in North American box office. If we put aside the increasingly popular Twister, the box office revenue of Mission Impossible has completely met Paramount's expectations. If it continues to develop in this way, it is still very likely that the production costs will be recovered from the box office and even profitable. Tom, our movie will be released in the overseas theater market this weekend. I don't understand why you have to rush back to attend this party. At the end of Mulholland Drive in Beverly Hills is a Greenberg manor located on the top of the mountain. In another villa half a street away from the manor, Nicole Kidman helped her husband adjust his bow tie and complained in a low voice, "Nicole, you have to remember Tom Cruise looked at himself in the mirror, nodded with satisfaction, and said to his wife, "Paramount is paramount. We are just a normal business partnership. It doesn't prevent us from talking to the big boss of Warner Brothers, right?" Nicole Kidman's eyes bulged violently. The two have been together for several years, and this is the first time she has seen such a calm husband. All this is abnormal and surprising. When Tom Cruise tidied his clothes and went upstairs to get his watch, his agent, Pat Kingsley, who had been sitting on the sofa in silence, suddenly spoke up. "Is it strange?" Nicole Kidman frowned slightly, looked at the other party and nodded subconsciously. "Nicole, the reason why Tom was able to go smoothly and become a rare superstar in Hollywood must have a component of luck, but people with unclear minds will never reach his current status. In your eyes, Tom must be full of arrogance, sensitivity, impulsiveness, and even some incomprehensible quirks, right?" Without waiting for her to respond, Pat Kingsley continued without hesitation. "These are objectively existing, and no one can deny this. Most of the time, Tom needs me to keep reminding him behind him. But that's because he has the capital to be arrogant. It's actually very simple to gain his respect and friendship. It's enough to be successful like Wayne Greenberg." Nicole, the rule of this circle has always been to trample on the low when the high is high. This is a circle for successful people, and people like Tom and Wayne are representatives of successful people. Chapter 403, like a redneck Jewish old man. Greenberg Manor was filled with noise tonight, which was very different from the quiet environment in the past. The media reporters and paparazzi from the tabloids had an extremely keen sense of smell and had set up their cameras and cannons outside the manor early. The sun had just set in the west. At 5 o'clock in the evening, cars began to arrive one after another. Identifying the types of people who came was a basic skill for these paparazzi reporters. Most of the people who came by car were big stars, while those who came by car in a relatively low-key manner were mostly behind-the-scenes personnel and senior executives of production companies. Is it Will Smith? A classic red Ferrari stopped at the gate of the manor. The black star in the car obviously did not want to be photographed, so he did not raise the convertible all the way. In the fierce flash, after showing the invitation to the security personnel, the sports car drove into the gate of the manor with a roar. Strange, I haven't heard of the news that this popular black star has a close relationship with Wayne Greenberg. A young cameraman put down the camera and looked at his colleagues around him with confusion. "Ross, didn't you say that this party was only for a small group of people who were close to Wayne Greenberg? Now that Will Smith is here, is the news we got wrong?" Another cameraman shook his head, adjusting the camera he had just set up, while absent-mindedly explaining to the young man next to him. "No mistake, Ed, this is just a small-scale party. It's just too valuable." As an old reporter who has been in the industry for some time, he knows very well that Will Smith's appearance is just the beginning, and there must be more heavyweights behind. They are different from the reporters and paparazzi around them, because they are from the authoritative media Los Angeles Times. Thanks to the good relationship between the newspaper and Warner Brothers, they have never lacked news channels. "Ed, don't look at this black movie star who is so popular." Ross adjusted the camera, glanced at the watch on his wrist, and found that it was still relatively early. No other big stars had arrived for the time being, so he simply explained to the intern next to him. "Have you forgotten Get Out in 1992? At first, this black man was just a young rapper. He became famous only because he participated in Wayne Greenberg's project and a movie. Will Smith is high profile because he is a star who needs to maintain exposure. Wayne Greenberg is usually very low-key, so the relationship between the two has always been ignored. I remember it." The young man tilted his head and looked inside the gate of the manor, but unfortunately all his eyes were blocked by a huge garden. There was an African American woman in the car just now. It is likely that she is Will Smith's wife. It seems that this is a party similar to a family gathering. The large number of paparazzi reporters outside the door felt exactly the same as Ross at this time. The privacy of this manor is too good. Everyone wants to know what is going on in the manor, but no fool is willing to take risks and sneak in a strange way. Sometimes, these bold paparazzi do take some means that walk on the edge of the law, such as trying to sneak in or blend in. as long as they can take exclusive photos, all risks are worth it, which means they can get tens of thousands of US dollars. But it was different here. No one was willing to try to challenge the marksmanship of those veterans, because everyone knew that veterans would never shoot without giving a warning. Security personnel like this were eager to catch 2 mice, so that they could exchange them for some bonuses. As for trouble, forget it. Although the director of this manor was low-key, he was not afraid of trouble at all. There was no way to do it. He was too rich. Today is really strange. Just as all the reporters and paparazzi were whispering and gathering their strength to prepare for the guests who would arrive later, Ross from the Los Angeles Times muttered in a low voice and poked the young man next to him with his elbow. It's Tom Cruise who's here this time. When he shows the invitation to the security personnel, take a few more photos. It's strange that this superstar is here. Although they seem to live on the same street, I can guarantee that they have almost no relationship. What's more, Mission Impossible is being beaten by Warner Brothers. Twister. This guy's not a broad-minded person. Others also found the sports car. Some reporters who have been in the industry for a long time recognized the car at the first time. Then, with a series of clicks and clicks, the black sports car paused at the door and then disappeared again from people's sight. No matter when, Tom Cruise is always the focus of the camera. In that short moment just now, he murdered countless reporters on the scene. Nicole Kidman is also in the car, and the other woman is Tom Cruise's agent Pat Kingsley. Wow. It seems that the headlines of the entertainment media tomorrow will no longer be Twister. Shit, it would be nice if we could go in and take a look. Tom Cruise's unexpected appearance caused a big discussion among the reporters at the door. No one expected him to appear here beforehand. Because just yesterday, there was a news report that Tom Cruise was promoting his new film Mission Impossible in New York. Who would have thought that he would appear in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles a day later? However, these people did not have much time to discuss. Within 5 minutes, a low-key black Bentley car slowly drove in, paused at the door, and disappeared into the garden like the cars of the 2 big stars in front. Ross, who owns this car, Ed only pressed the shutter twice symbolically, because who was sitting in the car did not show up at all. That car belongs to Steven Spielberg, and it can only be the boss of DreamWorks. I heard that Steven and Wayne have always maintained a good relationship as they are both Jewish. Ross shook his head. Such behind-the-scenes bosses don't need to be exposed, so if there is no accident, it is impossible to take pictures of them. This is like a rule, which is reflected in the guests who came later. Actors and stars such as Christian Bale, Liam Neeson, Gary Oldman, Ralph Fiennes and others all appeared in a high-profile manner, and some of them even cooperated with reporters to take pictures. Other business cars are different. Some people can guess who they are, while others can't. However, it is certain that these people who don't want to show up under the flash have a very high status in the circle. FXXK. Is this a guest too? Did this car go the wrong way? Pickup truck? Different from the roar of the sports car, a large pickup truck that was obviously used to transport goods drove firmly towards the gate of the manor in the eyes of countless surprised and puzzled people. Tonight till now, all the cars that have entered this group of manors, whether they are low-key business office types or high-profile sports car series, can be regarded as luxury cars. Only the pickup truck that appeared now is so different. Without too much careful observation, you can find that this car has obvious signs of use. It should have been driven a long distance. Unlike the guests who came before, after the window of the big pickup truck was opened, an old Jewish man with a big pipe appeared. This old man not only does not look like a businessman or politician with high social status, but looks like a common redneck on Texas farms. The eye-catching thing is still behind. The old man with a pipe in his mouth has no intention of showing the invitation. He hooked his finger to one of the security guards and said something. The security guard communicated with the manor through the intercom for a few words, and then the pickup truck drove in. Damn it, Ed, delete the photos you just took. Ross suddenly remembered something, turned his head, and looked at the intern without hesitation, and said to him in an imperative tone. Ed looked questioning. What? If you don't want to cause us trouble, delete the photos, as soon as possible. Ross suddenly laughed, shook his head, and waved his hands. Forget it, I guess the newspaper won't send it back, if you take it back. The employees of the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times all knew that their boss, Ms. Grant, had a special relationship with Wayne Greenberg, so they could always get some exclusive news, or movie previews, or some actions of Warner Brothers. Ross was also very clear. If he guessed correctly, the Jewish old man who looked like a Texas redneck was Wayne Greenberg's father, so it was likely that these photos could not be sent. Here we go. Less than 2 minutes later, the housekeeper of the manor led several security guards and maids out with many cups of coffee in their hands. The paparazzi reporters present were all directors. While politely taking the coffee, they also said that they would delete some of the photos they had just taken. As for whether someone would play tricks, no one knew. It was likely that, even if the photos were taken back, the newspaper behind them would not send them back randomly. No one wants to cause hostility from the crazy young boss for 2 photos that may or may not be popular. Even the gossip tabloids that usually wish someone would sue them are unwilling to provoke such a super rich man. The number of cars that appeared and entered the manor tonight was not many, but the number was surprising. If you look closely, you can find that the people who came either have a long-term cooperative relationship with Wayne, or have cooperated, or had contact with him before. There is no outsider who wants to gain connections to enter the manor. Almost everyone who should come has arrived. Just when Ross was about to pack up his equipment and go back to write the press release, Ed beside him patted him on the shoulder, and a stuttering sound was heard at the same time. It's the boss. She's not here to mess things up, is she? Ross, what do you think? Should we find a way to sneak in with the boss? Chapter 404, The Brat. Ross stopped what he was doing, looked up and immediately saw a red Chevrolet sedan. He opened his mouth in surprise. This was indeed the car of Bella Grant, the editor-in-chief of the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times. Hey, brother, do you think we have discovered big news? Ed's words rang again, drawing Ross' attention back. However, before they could continue to say anything, the red Chevrolet sedan was like returning home. The security personnel did not stop her and let her drive in directly. Shit, I hope the boss will not fight with that Australian female star. She is not really here to mess up the scene. Anyone who is in the circle knows what kind of personality Wayne Greenberg has. In the eyes of the general public of movie fans, he is a young and handsome representative of the American dream, a master of film art with amazing talent, and a genius who insists on his ideals and strives for success. However, this great director who ranks among the top 10 ideal lovers of North American women every year has a different face in the eyes of people in the circle. He never shied away from his love of beautiful women, and never concealed it. Almost all the women he had relationships with got what they wanted. This style was almost the same as that of a film company executive or a big producer. The surprise was still to come. Although Bella Grant went in without showing up, Cameron Diaz, who came later, was much more high profile. She entered the manor with the top of her blue Porsche sports car not raised, facing countless flashes. The reporters and paparazzi who took the photos were very excited. Wayne Greenberg never shied away from such gossip, and never explained it. As long as similar gossip appeared, there would always be fans willing to buy it for after-dinner talk. The manor was very lively at this time. In this special occasion, the guests were dressed relatively formally, and most of them brought their wives or partners, which set the tone for the party as an internal family gathering. Although Wayne was a little confused, he still asked Hella, Nina and Sergey to help Naomi Watts entertain the guests, and he stayed with Tom Cruise. The party was held behind the main building. It was originally a huge helicopter landing pad, but was later transformed into an outdoor swimming pool by Hella. It has now been decorated by the party company. Almost all the people present were acquaintances, chatting around. A barbecue grill was set up by the pool, and a large parasol was inserted not far from the grill. Wayne and Tom Cruise were leaning on the lounge chairs under the umbrella, each holding a bottle of beer, looking at the few people at the party in a relaxed manner. Are you ready to hit the little golden man? Be careful, some people don't want others to get that thing too early. Tom Cruise leaned back in the chair, clinked the 2 beer bottles, and said with emotion, after taking 2 big sips, Wayne has been thinking that his relationship with the other party seems not close enough to chat about this topic casually, but he can confirm one thing, that the handsome superstar next to him is indeed showing goodwill to him. I have some confidence, but it depends on how well he performs after the awards season comes. He carefully organized his words. Compared with the relaxed Tom Cruise, he was much more cautious, mainly because he couldn't figure out the other party's purpose of coming this time. Brat school, you must have heard of this word, right? Tom Cruise raised his eyebrows, first smiled and whistled, and then continued, if I'm the representative of the brat school among actors, then you are definitely the brat school among directors. Our age and achievements together naturally disgust some old men. This is why I don't go for the little golden man. Is this guy not clear-headed? If anyone comments on Tom Cruise like this, Wayne will definitely spit at him without hesitation. There are not many big stars in the circle who can think clearly about this matter. Normal people are always full of yearning when they hear about the Oscar little golden man. As a representative of the brat school, it is not just Tom Cruise alone. A more representative figure is Jack, the male lead of the upcoming movie The Big Ship. Think about the treatment the latter received when they were competing for awards, and you will find that what Tom Cruise said is somewhat reasonable. At a young age, they have gained huge wealth, unparalleled box office appeal, and top power and status in the circle. Some of them are even regulars on the Hollywood annual power list. All of this is absolutely abnormal in the eyes of the older generation of bigwigs in the circle, so the term brat was born. In the eyes of the older generation, you have only spent a few years to gain the wealth and status that they have struggled for a lifetime, so you will naturally be rejected by these people involuntarily. In business, the influence of these old men is almost equal to nothing. After all, they are out of date. But when it comes to the awards season, everything has to follow the rules of the game of these old men and the academy. I have been laying the groundwork for a long time, and I have accumulated almost all the points. Wayne clinked the bottle with the other party again, and talked about his advantages without hesitation. I have been nominated for Best Director 3 times, but I have never done any PR, because I know that at my age, those people will not give me the honor too early. But this year is an opportunity, and Warner Brothers will also invest all its resources to support me in the award. Let me be frank, whether The Departed succeeds or fails in the award, I will not apply for the award again in the next few years. The outside world is right. DC's film production plan has already filled up all my work time in the next few years. Almost all of what he said is known to the outside world or reported by the media, and some of the words are not suitable to be said directly. The Departed has been aiming at the Oscars since the beginning of filming, but it was very low-key during and after the filming. Now all the information the media knows is that it is a gangster film. It is important to express your determination to win, but you can't force the Academy too much. Now his advantage is very large, and the preparations for the award are also sufficient. There is no need to force the Academy into a corner. Now most of the Academy members are waiting for the specific performance of The Departed. In fact, they just want a step to cover up, because no matter from which aspect, Wayne is a relatively good choice. If you need any help, you can call me then. Tom Cruise shrugged and raised his hand to make a phone call gesture. I can't influence many people during the awards season, but I still have a good relationship with some of the younger members. Thank you, Tom. The two chatted casually, and Wayne was almost certain that this person did come with good intentions. The rumored arrogance, sensitivity, quirks and other personalities were not shown, at least now. The two of them sat outside the crowd. Several people had been paying attention to this side until Nina waved in their direction, and the two walked towards the crowd together. Everyone who should come should have arrived. At least the people Wayne invited have arrived. As the host of today's party, he has to come out and say a few words. Hey, Will. As soon as Wayne came over, he immediately smiled and pointed at Will Smith. What did you put on, Fendi? Are you trying to strangle her? Shit, such a thick chain is for a child? The current Hollywood star, still dressed like a hip hop singer, just took off the big gold chain with a crystal tag on his neck and tried to hang it on the neck of little Fendi and Naomi Watts' arms. Come on, man. This is my gift for the little guy. Will Smith showed his signature smile. His big white teeth were quite dazzling. In 2 years you must tell our little princess that this is a gift from her Uncle Will. It's very special, isn't it? The more he spoke, the more his tone of voice sounded like rap. Just like the so-called black talent, he could unconsciously bring the rhythm. Okay, I'll tell Fendi that her uncle will almost killed her with a chain when she was a few months old. Taking the microphone handed to him by Nina, Wayne raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. There was a good-natured laugh at the scene. Christian Bale and Zack Snyder blew their whistles at the same time to cheer. Compared with the common carnival parties in the circle, there were too few people gathered here today. There were no big beautiful girls fishing in swimsuits, and no leaf tobacco coming out of the corner. This atmosphere is also an alternative in Hollywood. Wayne looked at each acquaintance carefully again. When he saw Bella Grant next to her mother, his pupils shrank unnaturally, and then Cameron Diaz with a sweet smile, Charlize Theron with Zack Snyder. Okay, friends. Putting the microphone to his mouth, he pointed directly at Naomi Watts and the little guy in the woman's arms with big eyes and curious observation of the world. The main reason for inviting everyone here today is this little girl. Her name is Fendi Greenberg. He looked at Steven Spielberg next to his father and teased, "Steven, you can't help me much in filming the movie. Maybe you can teach me how to be a qualified father." Everyone around laughed after hearing this. Steven Spielberg also smiled and shook his head, saying loudly, "Listen, Wayne, you may be able to find a godfather for Fendi. Believe me, I'm very experienced in this area." His answer caused a burst of laughter. Everyone knew what his godchildren were like. None of them were worry-free. Fortunately, the Jewish old man had enough face, otherwise he would have a headache just to wipe his ass. Nicole. Looking at Wayne who was hosting the party, Tom Cruise's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. "What do you think, if we can have a goddaughter?" "What?" Nicole Kidman was startled, and Pat Kingsley behind her was also lost in thought. "Tom, Wayne Greenberg's daughter, her godfather is most likely a Jewish." "Well, that's a problem. No rush. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. The positions are reversed invisibly. The party started with Wayne's self-deprecation and teasing. After putting down the microphone, he, accompanied by Nina, started to greet people with a bottle of beer. Greenberg Manor is located at the end of Mulholland Drive, backed by the top of the mountain, and covering a huge area. There is a garden blocking the main entrance of the manor, and surrounded by large evergreen trees. All of this brings an excellent privacy environment. Although the number of people gathered on the lawn behind the main building of the villa is not large, each of the guests who took a glass of champagne from the adapters can be regarded as a successful person. The guests are familiar with each other. Even if there are minor conflicts at work, no one is stupid enough to show their displeasure in public. These people followed Wayne's figure wandering around, and from time to time they gave voices of praise and congratulations, even though some people's minds were not on the little guy at all. Nicole Kidman was one of them. She kept pretending to glance at her Australian compatriot casually. This best friend in the eyes of the North American public, at this time, dressed in simple home clothes, and with the little guy in her arms, she became the focus of many people's compliments. All of this made her feel very uncomfortable. Although she didn't want to admit it, the fact was that Naomi Watts' popularity in the past 2 years had surpassed her own. Her relationship and marriage with Tom Cruise quickly brought her to the mainstream audience in North America and integrated her into Hollywood in a short period of time, but her subsequent development was not satisfactory. Naomi Watts, who came from behind, had already had several representative works before giving birth. She was even regarded as a box office panacea by the production company. Her development momentum was extremely amazing. A year ago, no one doubted that this Australian actress could not climb to the A-list position. I don't understand why she chose to give birth to this child at the critical rising stage of her career. Nicole Kidman elegantly held a glass of champagne, looked at the laughter that broke out from time to time around her fellow countrymen in the crowd, and deliberately lowered her voice and said to Pat Kingsley beside her, "You heard that Naomi Watts even fired her agent who had been with her for several years in order to give birth to this child. It can be seen that the agent did not support her doing this." with her fame before the pregnancy rumor. As long as she succeeded in another project in which she was the absolute protagonist, she would be a stable first-line actress in the circle. But now, Nicole Kidman shook her head. This was something she had never understood. Not to mention that it was because of bullshit love. A woman who could survive in this circle could not have such a ridiculous and immature idea. It seemed that giving birth to this child did not delay her for a long time, but it interrupted her air path to rise, and also broke many fans' fantasies of her on the screen. After a series of chain reactions, no one knew whether she could maintain her fame a year ago after her comeback. There were too many uncertain factors. She is a real smart person. Nicole. The agent, Pat Kingsley, who had been silent since entering the manor, also responded in a low voice. Noticing Mrs. Cruz's puzzled look, she took a sip of champagne and continued to explain after observing that no one around was paying attention to her. You see, although there is no wedding ceremony in Wayne's circle of friends and relationships, she has become Mrs. Greenberg because of this child. Regardless of whether she returns to filming again, the treatment and resources she receives will be completely different from a year ago. With the support of a media group like Warner Brothers, do you think it will be more difficult to climb to the top than a year ago? Of course not. Nicole Kidman thought of the answer immediately. Maybe there is no need for Wayne to deliberately push her. Naomi Watts can become the first potential candidate for the heroine of various big productions of Warner Brothers with Wayne's relationship. To put it bluntly, with such resources and opportunities in front of them, as long as Warner Brothers and Wayne Greenberg want, even a Sal can be promoted to a first-line actress. What she has to accept now is that compared with 4 or 5 years ago, the positions of the two Australian actresses have been reversed. Drinking the champagne in the glass in one gulp, Nicole Kidman forced herself to smile warmly. Okay, I have to go talk to my best friend about the kids. After saying hello to her agent, she walked straight to Naomi Watts, her eyes flashing with unspeakable emotions. Next to the barbecue grill by the pool, Wayne let go of the arm that was hugging Will Smith, and the beer bottles in their hands touched each other, and they raised their heads and drank the ice beer inside. Hey, bro. The black star hugged the woman next to him and introduced her in his unique way of speaking. She is Jada. If you have a role suitable for her in the future, remember to call me. No problem. Wayne shrugged and nodded to the black girl. Will Smith is not short of movies now, and the ones who can find him are the absolute leading actors. The cross-racial popularity and appeal of the Emperor have begun to emerge. After the release of Men in Black, he will completely enter the peak of his acting career. But the situation faced by his wife is different. Don't look at what happened. All African Americans in Hollywood are quite united, and the competition among them is also life and death. You know, there are very few roles suitable for African Americans these days. If you narrow this range to African American women, the opportunities become even fewer. Of course, the opportunities mentioned here are for major roles. After chatting with Will Smith for a few words, Wayne finally made time to walk towards his parents. Tom Cruise came quite early today. He has been with the superstar, and the other party is also qualified to let him accompany him all the time. As a top scarce resource in the circle, no matter how he feels about him, the necessary respect must be given. After that, he greeted the friends who came. Until it was dark, he turned his attention to his parents, whom he had not seen for a long time. At this time, the old Greenberg couple was obviously in a good mood. Anna Greenberg and Bella Grant sat together. The two of them got along well. One was a former film producer and writer, and the other was the editor-in-chief of an authoritative paper media. They were two highly educated women with a high sensitivity to words. Not far from them, old Greenberg, holding a huge pipe, gathered with Jeff Robinoff, Bruce Resembling and Steven Spielberg. From time to time, the old men burst into hearty laughter. Come here, kid. When Wayne and Nina walked to them, old Greenberg patted the chair beside him. Your mother misses you very much during this period, but she doesn't want to call. Always afraid that it will affect your ongoing work. You can stay a few more days this time. After sitting next to his father, he took a bottle of beer from the ice bucket, clinked it with the other three old men who were enjoying cigars, and explained to his father in a relaxed manner. My work here will last throughout the summer, and there will be no rest for a few days. I will start shooting the second Batman movie, and then Then there is that damn little golden man. Bruce Rosenblum raised his eyebrows, blew a large cloud of cigar smoke, and took over the conversation with a smile. Throughout the awards season, Wayne will be busy with various public relations activities. Warner Brothers will frequently hold film screenings, and he will also have to come out to entertain the Academy members who have votes. By then, Batman's post-production work will probably be very intense. Damn it, I feel a headache for you when I think about it now. Almost most of these work plans were arranged by Nina in the distribution department he was in charge of, so no one knew better than him how busy Wayne would be this year. Although he was teasing the young man sitting next to him, Bruce Rosenblum's words showed his importance to Warner Brothers. In the past few years, he has fully and thoroughly proved his ability and vision in this aspect related to movies. Even as a business acumen as the owner of a production company, it can still be called a stroke of genius. Outsiders don't know the details of the other party, but the two executives of Warner Brothers know very well that he is the biggest beneficiary behind the marketing of Blair Witch to make quick money. The more brilliant thing is yet to come. After the film was taken off the shelves, the full channel copyright of Blair Witch was not sold, which severely cheated Universal Pictures. Not only did they get a lot of cash, but they also made Universal Pictures fall flat on its face. This is what they most want to see. Although the old Greenberg was laughing along with the jokes of the people around him, he was not very comfortable in his heart. He did not quite understand some of his son's ideas. In his mind, Wayne's steps did not need to be so urgent. However, as long as he thought of his son's current achievements, the smile under his beard was full of pride. Even this proud Jewish old man admitted that his son's talent and hard work in the film industry completely surpassed himself, an outdated old guy. Batman 2, start shooting as early as possible. Jeff Robinov did not care about Steven Spielberg, who was present at all. After chatting about the award season, they talked about Batman again. Wayne, I think you should have heard the news. Most of the shareholders on the board hope that you can start working on the second Batman movie as soon as possible. Now they are putting more and more pressure on me and Bruce. The board of directors has discussed the second Batman movie many times. Even when Wayne announced the production of The Departed, many shareholders expressed dissatisfaction. Of course, Wayne knew all of this very well. After The Departed is released, Wayne thought for a while and said to Jeff Robinov, after the hottest screening period, we can announce the production plan of Batman a little earlier, and the preparation work can also start a little earlier. Chapter 406, a big deal. Wayne's focus this year is The Departed, or the Oscars, followed by the filming of Batman Second and other things. Once you step into this world of decadence, everyone's desires will be magnified invisibly. Some people are addicted to handsome men and beautiful women, some are addicted to alcohol, drugs, and tobacco, and some are addicted to seeking excitement through large expenditures. However, all of this is nothing in front of the Oscar statuette. As long as you are a participant in this circle, almost no one can resist this temptation. The statuette represents not only temporary success, but also the highest recognition in the circle. Although Wayne's mind has always been clear, when the opportunity really appears in front of him, he is no exception. In his heart, he also longs for the Oscar statuette. With or without this thing, the status in film history can be said to be very different. The uncrowned king has never been a compliment to him. The most important thing is that this year is the year with the best opportunities and the weakest opponents in the next 10 years. Of course, you have to pick the weak ones. If Wayne misses this once in a lifetime opportunity, I'm afraid he will have to wait another 10 or 8 years, and then rely on his seniority to wait until the Academy has to give him the award. Steven Spielberg remained silent when he heard them talking about Batman. After a long time, when the topic was changed again, he spoke to Wayne. You and The Departed are like targets now, attracting all the attention of the media, film critics, Academy members and audiences. Too many people are ready with magnifying glasses to carefully observe this gangster film. The chatter, drinking, singing and other sounds from the crowd around them, along with the breeze of Los Angeles at night, spread to the lawn around the swimming pool. Steven Spielberg's reminder was also heard by several people at the right time. Jeff Robinov nodded, holding a thick cigar in one hand, and knocked on the white plastic table beside him. Wayne, our advantage may indeed be the greatest, no one can deny this, but we can't ignore the others who are ready to go. Wayne understood what they meant. The Departed attracted too much attention. The film maintained too much mystery before its release, which gave the rivals who also had ambitions for the Oscars a clear target to attack. He opened his hands, stretched and asked, "Who are the competitors that can be identified now?" Bruce Rosenblum first glanced at the Jewish good man obscurely, frowned slightly, thought for a while and then said, "According to the information collected by the company, Joel Cohen's Fargo, Milos Forman's Sex and the City, and by the way, Harvey Weinstein's The English Patient, these are the threats to us for now." Wayne listened to the famous names one by one. One hand unconsciously scratched his chin. His mind quickly turned, recalling the information about these films. Needless to say, the Coen brothers, Fargo, is also a big name, but this movie is just a big name. The same is true for Milos Forman's The English Patient, which is similar. If it seems now, The English Patient, produced by Harvey Weinstein and directed by Anthony Minghella, is not a strong competitor, but the Oscars never look at the quality of the film, or rather, not only the quality of the film, but everything still depends on the public relations methods of each party during the award season. It just so happens that the fat Harvey is best at doing this, so after thinking about it, he still feels that he has to do something to Harvey Weinstein in the end. "Boss." Nina reached out and poked him, bringing him back from his trance. "I remember you were going to talk to Zach, right? He just left early, alone." There were a lot of people at the party today, and Wayne ignored this for a while, especially when he was next to his father, listening to old Greenberg chatting with 3 other Jewish old men, making him forget the time while thinking. After smiling apologetically at the other people, he stood up and took Nina away from the center of the crowd. "Alone?" The assistant nodded affirmatively. "Yes, alone." Wayne took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and muttered to himself, "Something is not right." Zack Snyder did not come alone today. Since Charlize Theron and Lee came together, they should leave together. There was another thing that was very unusual. Before Zack Snyder left, he did not even come to say hello to him. Tomorrow is Sunday, forget it, the day after tomorrow. Wayne smoked most of a cigarette, thought for a while, and then looked up at the assistant. "Help me make an appointment with Zach the day after tomorrow morning, and tell him that I want to talk to him about the last 2 parts of The Matrix." "Okay." Nina nodded and agreed, looking at his expression of wanting to say something but stopping, and finally did not say anything more. She felt that what she could think of and analyze, her boss should have thought of it a long time ago. This party, which was similar to a gathering between family and friends, did not last long. Before 9 o'clock in the evening, people began to say goodbye and leave one after another. Wayne temporarily stopped the storm in his mind and began to see off one friend after another. Almost all the guests who came today brought some small gifts. Some brought a bottle of red wine, and some brought a bouquet of flowers. This is a custom here. When you go to someone's house, you usually bring some small gifts, but they will never be very expensive. "Wayne, this is a gift from Tom Cruise and his wife." Naomi Watts held an opal in her hand, a bright red fire opal. The preciousness of this thing was obviously beyond their imagination. What a big deal. Before Wayne could say anything, Anna Greenberg reached out and picked up the gem, carefully observed it under the light, and put it back in Naomi Watts' hand. "Wayne, that superstar wants to ask you for something. The actual value of this opal is in the unit of $100,000, and it is hard to buy." Wayne shook his head and said to Naomi Watts, "Put it away first. Find an opportunity later and buy a gift of similar value to return it." Friends who can come here know one thing: money is not very meaningful to him, so no one will deliberately prepare gifts. If this fire opal did not appear, the most valuable thing would probably be the gold chain that Will Smith took off temporarily. On the lawn in the backyard, the employees of the party company were cleaning up the scene, and Sergey and several security personnel were watching. Everyone drank more or less tonight, and Wayne was ready to invite his parents to rest early. "Dad, do you want to talk?" When only the father and son were left in the living room, he looked at old Greenberg, wondering in his heart what method his mother used to make his father agree to come to Los Angeles for a tour. "You have to know that this stubborn old man will never leave his own territory easily. Only when he holds a pipe and a gun in the farm can he feel real stability and peace? I heard. Reuben Greenberg hesitated for a moment, stopped halfway through, and finally shook his head, stood up and walked upstairs. Forget it, I drank a little too much today. Let's talk about it tomorrow, when we have time. Sure enough, there is something wrong. Wayne looked at his father's back, wondering what happened to embarrass his father, who looked like a redneck and was unreasonable. Now he was the only one left in the living room. He lit a cigarette, looked at the busy crowd outside the window, and began to recall today's party from beginning to end. The most important thing was Steven Spielberg's reminder that he didn't say it all. Harvey, those methods that don't have a flying methods, don't use them on me, otherwise you will be unlucky in advance. If you only look at it from his current perspective, Harvey Weinstein's methods and vision are very consistent with Wayne's values, which is a bit embarrassing. It's just that this fat guy is even more despicable, and his life ending is not so good. He remembers very clearly that a piece of news in the New York Times in 2017 shocked the whole world. No one expected that this person who has the most influence on the North American film industry and Hollywood would be criticized as the first silver devil in Hollywood. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. According to a partial list disclosed by the New York Times, this guy has slept with most of the Hollywood entertainment industry in 30 years. Nearly 100 well-known Hollywood actresses on the list are all familiar faces to the audience. Coincidentally, those successful female stars strongly denied having had a relationship with Harvey, and some even said that they were not forced. And those women who desperately bit him were those who desperately needed exposure or wanted to become popular again. In the subsequent nationwide condemnation, and a large number of media followed up to dig into Harvey Weinstein's past, people finally understood what means this guy used to lower the line for the public relations Oscar. In the end, this legendary fat man not only lost weight in prison, but also got infected with the new official lung disease while sitting in a wheelchair. Among all the Hollywood bigwigs, he had one of the worst endings. Now Wayne's idea is very simple. Since everyone knows that this fat man's public relations bottom line is low, he should use the same strength on his side. There is a saying that he has always believed in: only magic can defeat magic, right? The premise is that the other party does not use special means to attack him. Otherwise, he really doesn't mind letting the other party get unlucky a few years in advance. Greenberg Manor restored tranquility in the dark night. The staff of the party company neatly restored the party scene and left the manor under Sergio's supervision. Zack Snyder, who left early, was struggling with his thoughts at this time, which made him confused tonight. Chapter 407. I'll go tomorrow. After following Wayne to shoot movies for 3 years and working as an assistant director for 3 years, the name Zack Snyder appeared 3 times in a row in the subtitles of the producer column of Joker, It and Batman Begins. But these did not bring him more attention. The media, fans, critics, and production companies still paid all their attention to the director of the film. In the past few years, Zack Snyder has been learning patiently, and he has tried to imitate everything from Wayne. In the crew, he is the assistant director who arranges specific shooting work. Wayne never suppresses his ideas, and occasionally gives him the opportunity to shoot the camera himself. As early as the production of it, he shot a lot of shots by himself. Gradually, the core creative team around Wayne also found that Zack Snyder grew very fast. What's more important is that he is almost the same as Wayne in terms of shooting techniques and production concepts, especially in the use of large-scale shots. Everyone knows that Wayne values this former advertising director very much. Sure enough, this guy didn't have to work hard for too long before he got his first chance to host a filming. And he didn't start with a low-budget movie. As soon as the opportunity came, it was a big-budget science fiction film with a production cost of $80 million. Hollywood has never been separated from personal relationships and support, and fairness is always relative. As a novice director who was shooting alone for the first time, Zack Snyder started his directorial career in this way. When The Matrix held a new film press conference, no one in the outside media, including the producer Warner Brothers, had too high expectations for him. From the $40 million invested by Warner Brothers, which was still from the Film Investment Fund, it can be seen that the reason why the producer was willing to invest was mainly for Wayne's face. So from the beginning of the film preparation, Zack Snyder knew very well that the main investor of this film was Greenberg Studio, which meant that the person who had the most confidence in him and supported him unswervingly was only Wayne. After the filming of the film began, he held his breath, wanting to prove his ability to the outside world and severely slap the faces of all the media who looked down on him and ridiculed him. So when filming in Australia, despite the constant problems and conflicts in the new crew, he never lost his temper, suppressed his own personality, and worked hard to maintain the normal operation of the crew. When all the work of The Matrix was completed, and several consecutive internal previews were well received, although he was excited, he did not put down all his concerns. In the past few years in Hollywood, he has seen too many box office disasters that received rave reviews before the release but no one cared after the release. Not to mention the distant past, The Shawshank Redemption, a work with high professional and fan ratings, reminds him all the time that the quality of the film is different from the performance of the theater market. With the official large-scale release of The Matrix, Wayne did not hesitate to personally guide public opinion, and Warner Bros. Was forced to invest a lot of publicity resources. All the uneasiness of Zack Snyder also disappeared when he saw the box office statistics on the first day, when he led the main creative team of the crew and sat on the flight to New York for publicity. He at least confirmed one thing, that his film would not pay Wayne, and it was basically not difficult to recover the investment from the theater market. After he was relieved of the pressure, he realized that he had underestimated the box office potential of the film. When he flew from New York to Boston, there were a few media and fans waiting at the airport. When he flew from Boston to Phoenix, the main creators of the crew had been overwhelmed by a large number of fans and media. Everyone was cheering for the cool Neo and screaming at the sexy and charming Trinity. As the box office of The Matrix continued to rise, the popularity of the main participants of the crew also exploded throughout North America within a few days. Unlike the actors, who stood on the stage and enjoyed unlimited glory, Zack Snyder did not receive too many cheers from fans. In any case, the public did not care who the director of the film was. On the contrary, among the media and people working in the circle, his name was more important. This situation was particularly evident when the promotional activities ended and he flew back to Los Angeles. His agent received countless phone invitations. Some people wanted to talk to him, some companies directly sent project intentions, and even the Six Giants extended an olive branch to him. In the fierce competition of direct participation, the first film directed by Zack Snyder has earned $170 million in North America alone and more than $320 million in the global box office. This opening result exceeds 99% of film directors. How could it not make the production company excited? In the past 2 days, Zack Snyder has been struggling in his heart. Although others don't know, he certainly knows that the reason why Wayne is willing to train him, support him, and personally write, produce, and invest in movies to protect him is to let him grow up quickly. From the earliest learning of Wayne's working methods and shooting style to the beginning of his own ideas, his fundamental production style is still closer to Wayne. He is also willing to follow this path and join the DC comic adaptation plan in the future. This is not a secret. He has long known that he is suitable for the DC comic adaptation series. However, in the past few days back in Los Angeles, facing various temptations at all costs, his ideas have also loosened a little. The career planning opinions given by the agent also clearly pointed out various advantages and disadvantages. It's not that Zack Snyder is not firm in his heart, but that some people have given too much more than his worth. Tonight, during the party, he received another message from his agent, a very exciting message. He could not stay in the manor any longer. Every time he saw Wayne, he felt like a despicable betrayer. The hesitation in his heart was like a thorn, reminding him that he should pursue his own path. Zack, if you stay with Wayne Greenberg, people will only see his dazzling and great light. No matter how outstanding you are, you will only be a foil, unless you want to be like that. The voice of Agent Frank came from the phone. He knew that what the agent said made sense, and all this was for his own career development, but he still felt uncomfortable. Sitting by the window of the apartment, Zack Snyder looked at the dark night of Los Angeles, holding the phone in one hand in silence, and taking out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket with the other hand. When the wisps of green smoke floated up, he suddenly realized that he was unconsciously imitating Wayne even when smoking, especially the brand of cigarettes in his hand. "No, Frank, since I have proven my ability, I will be in charge of all the projects I shoot in the future." Zack Snyder suddenly spoke into the phone, breaking the long silence. "Warner Brothers and Wayne will not restrict me. I can still guarantee this. We don't need to leave the Warner Brothers platform." Although he was struggling in his heart, he was still trying to persuade the agent, or trying to persuade himself. "Don't be silly, Zack." The agent's persuasion came immediately on the phone, and his voice was full of sharpness. "Only by leaving Warner Brothers can you get a similar position and rights to Wayne Greenberg in Warner Brothers in another big company. The opportunity now is very important to you." The words "like and like" used by the agent to describe the career prospects were really touching at a certain moment. As a film director with aspirations, who doesn't want to be like Wayne, to make his own projects, and have companies rushing to pay for any film he wants to shoot. But there are not many directors in Hollywood who can get such rights. The few who have it are part of the capital, and have long been out of the circle of workers. "Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Let's talk first." Zack Snyder interrupted his agent. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and then another voice came. "Don't worry, I will arrange everything. We can first listen to the treatment they give you. The worst is to maintain the status quo, isn't it?" "Yes, the worst is to maintain the status quo." He hung up the phone, picked up the beer on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Finally, he took another look at the quiet night sky outside the window, turned and walked towards the bedroom. A night passed quietly, and Los Angeles resumed its hustle and bustle. The fierce competition in the summer season continued. The main movie choices for movie fans this weekend were still Mission Impossible, Twister and The Matrix. A Bentley business car stopped in front of a club in Beverly. After getting out of the car, Michael Ovitz raised his wrist to check the time, adjusted his suit and walked in. Coming to a private room, while waiting, he cast his eyes on the newspaper on the table. This is a good place for most business meetings. The good privacy and quiet environment naturally give people a sense of security. At about 5 o'clock last night, Tom Cruise and his wife appeared at the entrance of Greenberg Manor on the top of Beverly Hills. Our reporter learned that they came to attend Wayne Greenberg's private party. Last night's Greenberg Manor was full of stars. Not only Tom Cruise and his wife, but also Christian Bale, Ralph Fiennes, Will Smith and his wife, etc. The car of the CEO of Warner Brothers appeared in front of Greenberg Manor. There were many stars here last night. Black movie star Will Smith and his wife drove. Originally, Michael Ovitz just wanted to read the reports about the summer box office. After flipping through a few newspapers, he found helplessly that the headlines of today's entertainment section were almost dominated by the party last night. Although he had sold all his CAA shares, he still felt a pity that those idiots could let go of a big customer like Wayne Greenberg in order to fight for his rights after he left. Just look at his influence now to see how much CAA has lost. Chapter 408 Pre-release publicity. As a leader among senior agents, Michael Ovitz has personally made countless star directors famous. No one knows better than him how much influence a great director has. Wayne Greenberg is now a replica of Steven Spielberg and George Lucas in the 1980s, and he represents a large number of connections. Bob Martin, that idiot. He was fooled by his agent. A low self-talk sounded, and the newspaper was thrown back on the table. Michael Ovitz picked up the coffee and drank most of it in one breath before he suppressed his anger. Since he left CAA, there have been many cases of important clients firing their agents and changing agencies. All of this is unforgivable in his eyes. CAA in the Michael Ovitz era, the innovative elite agency, has rapidly grown into the industry's leading agency in just a few years with a new management and operation method. At the same time, their operation method has also promoted some updates in the Hollywood film and television industry. Michael Ovitz successfully won a preliminary total box office sharing form with Hollywood major film companies for the directors and actors they represented. This sharing form changed the rules of the game in Hollywood, and also won more big names in the film and television industry to become their agent artists for the creative elite agency. Along with the increase in Hollywood star salaries in the 1980s and 1990s, the film production costs of Hollywood major companies rose sharply. To put it bluntly, as long as they are CAA's clients, whether they are stars, directors, producers, or various types of workers in the behind-the-scenes team, they are particularly superstitious about Michael Ovitz at a certain time, because he can bring huge benefits to everyone. The new business philosophy of the creative elite agency, Michael Ovitz's innovative agency packaging method, and the new box office share he won for their artists, etc., made Michael Ovitz be selected as the No. 1 Hollywood Entrepreneur Power List by Premiere Magazine from 1990 to 1992. So far, he is the only agency head and entrepreneur to enjoy this honor. Ding, ding, ding. Several knocks on the door pulled Michael Ovitz back to his thoughts. When he turned to look at the direction of the door, he saw Zack Snyder walking in with his agent Frank. Maybe he didn't perform very well when facing a mess of corporate power struggles, but when facing a star director, Michael Ovitz had enough confidence. He felt that the probability of him dealing with the other party was quite high, and there would be no unexpected situation, unless the other party really had no desire. "Hello, Mr. Snyder, I'm Michael Ovitz." Without waiting for the agent to introduce, he took the lead in extending his right hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Ovitz." Zack Snyder patiently shook hands with the other party. Without waiting for the greetings to continue, he sat down and said directly, "I heard from Frank that you want to talk to me. Just say whatever you want." Michael Ovitz was observing him as soon as he entered the door. His many years of work experience gave him a very keen observation. "Okay, Director Snyder, I'm here on behalf of Walt Disney, and I'm very sincere." Time passed quickly, and 2 hours later, Zack Snyder and his agent Frank hurriedly left the business club, and they didn't say a word along the way. The car was parked downstairs of the apartment building. After the two returned to the apartment for a while, Agent Frank observed his client's face and said carefully, "Disney's conditions are very high. If you participate in the project initiated by Jerry Bruckheimer, the production cost will not be less than $100 million, and you will be given the treatment of participating in the box office share, and you will also have the right to decide the project later. It just looks very tempting." Zack Snyder frowned and shook his head to interrupt the agent's words. "The premise of these conditions they gave is that I want to sign a long-term film contract with Disney as soon as possible. Warner Brothers can also give me these things." To be honest, the conditions about the director's treatment were not what made him excited. Instead, the most tempting thing was the crew rights and the dominance of the later work, which were only given to famous directors. "Then give up on them. We have other options." The agent shrugged, also realizing the purpose of Disney's pie in the sky. At this point in time, asking Zack Snyder to sign a long-term contract is most likely to hit Wayne's upcoming movie. The conditions given are indeed tempting. It can be said that, as long as this contract is signed, Zack will take a step into the treatment of the top directors in the circle. The more this is the case, the more vigilant he becomes. He instigated his clients to leave Warner Brothers in order to have a better development, but it does not mean that he is willing to be used as a gun by others. "We will talk to the people from 20th Century Fox in the afternoon. I believe they will give better conditions. You arrange it." Zack Snyder closed his eyes. He was analyzing the pros and cons along the way. He wanted him to leave Warner Brothers, but he had to give him something that would make people excited. This alone was definitely not enough. A day passed quickly. After another weekend, early Monday morning, Zack Snyder drove alone and came to Greenberg Manor again. He parked the car skillfully by the fountain in the small square, and under the guidance of the housekeeper Hella, he walked towards the awning on the lawn in front of the garden. Wayne was lying on his favorite recliner as usual, except that there was a little guy sleeping soundly beside him. On the recliner opposite the table was the burly figure of Greenberg. Zack Snyder noticed that the father and son were chatting about something. "Hi, Zack." Wayne saw him coming and waved enthusiastically, pointing to the chair next to him. "Sit down. This is my father, Reuben Greenberg, an outdated film company producer, and now a successful farmer." The two met and greeted each other at the party. Zack Snyder nodded politely, sat down, organized his words in his mind, and thought about how to start. "A lot of people have come to me these days." While speaking, he was also observing Wayne's expression. "Those people offered me pretty good conditions, hoping that I would leave Warner Brothers. With a click, Wayne lit a cigarette and asked curiously, "Well, what do you think?" "Wayne, you know how crazy and tempting those conditions are." Zack Snyder shrugged and simply said all his thoughts directly. "Someone told me that if I stay at Warner Brothers and stay by your side, I will always be just a foil, and someone promised me that I will become the leader of a certain series. So I'm very hesitant now." Wayne suddenly smiled and watched Zack Snyder sit up cross-legged, tapping the table with his fingers holding the cigarette. "Zack, do you want me or Warner Brothers to give you a promise like that?" "Well, I can tell you now that staying is definitely better than going out to take risks. There are 2 more trilogies to be filmed after The Matrix. You will be the director and this will be your series. I don't know what others have promised you, but, Zack, believe me, no one knows you better than me. No one. You can go back and think about it carefully. No matter what decision you make, it will be fine with me." In silence, Zack Snyder nodded and left after a while. Looking at his back, Wayne smiled and shook his head. No one is irreplaceable here, including Zack Snyder and himself. Zack is indeed a genius, which is understandable, but the premise is to choose the right production direction for him, otherwise it may turn into a box office disaster. "Your mother and I are going back to the farm tomorrow." Reuben Greenberg, who was lying on the other side, suddenly spoke with a big pipe in his mouth. "You're going to start promoting your new film tomorrow, so you won't have time to accompany us. I miss my collections." "Well, I thought you would stay a few more days to attend the premiere of my new film." Wayne looked at his father and said regretfully, "Kid, when you are sure you can get the little golden man, your mother and I will come to support you." Time is slowly moving forward, and The Departed has also begun pre-screening promotion. Newspapers, magazines and other traditional media have begun to frequently mention this upcoming film. The huge billboards on the streets of Los Angeles were replaced with the figures of Christian Bale and Brad Pitt overnight, and more posters about The Departed appeared in the theaters. While the distribution department of Warner Brothers was releasing materials, it also released the first trailer on TV. The short 30-second trailer focuses on a lot of Christian Bale and Brad Pitt's rivalry, as well as Jack Nicholson who flashed by. Judging from the released trailer alone, this is a naked man's play. Warner Brothers didn't do anything fancy in terms of publicity and promotion this time. Wayne's film plus the 3 leading actors did not lack attention at all, and it was enough to just promote it step by step. In the mid to late 1990s, North American cinemas were still in a period of rapid expansion and construction. Wayne understood that in this era, the number of theaters and screens showing The Departed could not be compared with that 10 years later. Even if this film received more attention and the previews were well received, even if the number of North American viewers exceeded that of the original film, the box office would probably be similar to that of the previous film, and there would not be an outrageous increase. It is true that the cost of watching a movie in North America did not increase significantly in the next 10 years, and the price of a movie ticket was almost the same as in 2005, but the difference in audience issues cannot be ignored. 10 years later, the audience's acceptance of R-rated films can be said to be quite different from now, and Wayne can't do anything about it. Moviegoers need to be cultivated. He now only hopes that after the film opens, it can reach the height of his memory. Chapter 409, Old Tricks Again. Not only the current The Departed, Wayne has been trying his best to avoid the objective existence of acclimatization since the first step of his debut. The price of North American movie tickets has indeed not risen too much, and even in the next 10 years, ordinary moviegoers will not notice the increase in this part of entertainment expenses when watching movies. However, one problem that Wayne has been trying his best to avoid in his heart is 3D. The reason why some successful projects in his memory have such exaggerated box office is entirely due to the 3D format. If you take a movie that is successful because of the high ticket price of 3D and put it in this year, the box office will probably be much less than the psychological expectation. This is an objective problem and a warning bell that has always existed in his heart. Following the entire Harry Potter series, the equally popular Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is a typical example. No one can calculate how much credit 3D occupies in its high box office. Especially after the truck driver's masterpiece Avatar, 3D movie watching became popular because of this film. All Hollywood production companies are happy to see it, mainly because there is no room for movie tickets to increase prices significantly, and 3D movie tickets that are 1/3 or even half of the ordinary ticket price have once again raised the box office to a much higher level. In fact, most of the early 3D movies were obtained through format conversion, which can only be regarded as pseudo 3D at most. The bulky 3D camera was not used at the beginning of filming. This means that the cost of the production company is still the same, but the ticket price has increased by at least 1/3. The benefits are scary just to think about it, not to mention that there is IMAX, which is even more scary. So Wayne has been trying his best to avoid those that have succeeded because of 3D in his movie selection. In this era of making superhero movies, the third of may be the only regret. The Batman series is relatively easy to say because the tone of the whole story is black, and most of the scenes in the whole movie also maintain the same dark tone. This series is not suitable for the use of 3D format, otherwise it will only bring blurred pictures and action shots that make people want to vomit. In principle, other heroes can only give up their 3D fantasies temporarily except for the Batman series. This is an objective factor. It can only be said that it is fortunate that Wayne is going to produce DC heroes. If it is Marvel's hero series, the lack of 3D is the biggest loss. After the arrival of A New Working Day, The Departed also entered the sprint stage of pre-screening publicity. Warner Bros. Distribution department chose a relatively traditional promotion model, including soft article recommendations and movie previews in newspapers and magazines, roadside billboards in major cities in North America, posters in theaters and video sales and rental stores, and occasional trailers on TV. On June 16th, 2 days before the premiere of The Departed, it may be the eve of the release of Wayne's movie this time. Warner Bros. Felt that this kind of publicity was not enough, so they simply started to make a fuss about the preview reputation. The accidental incident, when The Matrix was released, made Warner Bros. Realize the importance of the internet. Since the company's own internet publicity department has not yet taken shape, the task of spreading the good reviews of The Departed on the internet once again fell on Daisy. Wayne's masterpiece of violent aesthetics, The Departed is so different. It's like a romantic epic made for men. The bloody violence and large-scale shots, plus the omnipresent foul language throughout the film, do not affect the good viewing experience at all. On the contrary, because of the existence of these elements, a real world is presented to the audience. From Daisy, a senior fan of IMDb. Daisy's comment is like a charge, and another message called Woody Bill immediately appeared below. The Departed is full of realistic flesh and blood. This movie is so wonderful that it makes people want to scream. The Departed is so wonderful that it makes people crazy. This may be Wayne's last song in the field of R-rated films. As everyone knows, after this flesh and blood R-rated film, he will shoot another comic adapted superhero that can only be PG-13. So this is destined to be a great work that R-rated film fans cannot miss. From Jerry Pinkman, a senior fan of IMDb. You know, although The Departed held 3 previews, at the request of Warner Bros., the film critics and media who participated in the previews did not report too much about the preview of this movie. Now some of the real reviews of the movie fans have appeared, instantly attracting countless young people who are used to surfing the internet. In less than a day, the water army led by Daisy broke through the main base of IMDb, and more similar movie reviews began to appear in the message area of more websites. When the second large-scale movie promotion appeared on the internet, the word of mouth of the fans of The Departed was also spread to Walt Disney at the first time. Originally, Disney's Ransom Storm and Warner Bros. The Departed, the 2 upcoming movies, uniformly chose the safest and most traditional way of promotion. Now the 2 movies are destined to have fierce competition. Warner Bros. Has started to play with its own unique high-quality promotion channels. For Disney, this is definitely not good news. There are only 2 days left before the premiere of the movie this weekend. It is too late to do anything temporarily. Therefore, the creative team of Ransom Storm, which is vigorously promoting it, can only watch the explosive reputation of The Departed spread rapidly through the emerging platform of the internet. However, the competition among the 6 giants has formed a basic tacit understanding over the years. Everyone will spontaneously maintain a certain degree of competition. Generally, there will be no despicable means of tearing faces apart. At least it can be guaranteed to be reasonable and legal. And no matter how fierce the competition is, when the movie is decided in the theater market, normally, whether it is the winner or the loser, they will not pursue it relentlessly. On the one hand, it is to avoid a quarrel and completely tearing faces apart and being picked up by other companies. On the other hand, it is to stop the loss in time, to avoid the subsequent entanglement, and generate a lot of expenses. Of course, various attacks before the release of the film are inevitable. For example, in the past 2 days, some scandals about Wayne that had disappeared from the media have reappeared in the gossip tabloids. What about men and women, violent abuse of women, and the relationship between Wayne and Christian Bale, etc., are all common. Warner Brothers is not a pushover in this regard. Some tabloids reported Mel Gibson's drunken remarks in One Day, and the chaotic private life of actress Reen Russell, suspected contraband, etc., all became topics of attack. It is particularly obvious that no one can produce solid evidence for the dirty water about Wayne or the rumors about Mel Gibson and Reen Russell, so these have become news in the tabloids. It is impossible for the general public to feel disgusted with Wayne just by relying on such negative news based on speculation. Ron Howard, the director and producer of Ransom Storm, and the male lead Mel Gibson walked into a conference room in the Disney building in Burbank while talking. In addition to the other main creators of the crew who had already arrived, there were also several Disney executives and the director of Buena Vista Pictures, who was responsible for the film's distribution. The first person sitting in the conference room was the new CEO of Walt Disney, Michael Ovitz. The two who came in were not surprised to find Michael Ovitz waiting here. Ransom Storm was a project that the new CEO had initiated and promoted despite the opposition of the senior management. He understood that under the current complex corporate structure of Disney, the only way to prove his ability to shareholders was to make a successful live-action movie, which was related to whether he could hold his current position. "Sit down, I've been waiting for you." Seeing the two people come in, Michael Ovitz nodded to them. "Well, let's get started. The situation that is favorable to us now is that Wayne Greenberg's The Departed has the main ambition of Oscar." After Ron Howard and Mel Gibson sat down, John Brown, the executive of Bowie Pictures responsible for the film's distribution, began to introduce the situation. "I learned from the crowd that The Departed does not have strong commercial element. The whole film is full of swear words like F***K, and there is no shortage of large-scale violent scenes. Also, this film is one of the few Wayne Greenberg works with a weak story, large-scale shots, frequent swearing, a less inflammatory story, scarce commercial element, and the naturally narrow audience for R-rated films are all disadvantages compared to our film Ransom were. There is basically no possibility of making up for it." His words did not make the atmosphere in the conference room much better. Everyone knew that he had only said half of what he said, and the more important things were usually put at the end. "Ahem, okay." He coughed and continued, "We must consider the impact of the internet. No one knows how many young people can be mobilized to go to the cinema by the publicity on this new platform. In addition, although the commercial element of The Departed are not strong, the fans who have watched the preview have a very strong reputation. Warner Brothers deliberately created the illusion that it is Wayne Greenberg's last R-rated film. I don't need to tell you the power of the sentimental effect." The whole conference room was silent. These are all things that are on the surface. Everyone has some understanding of the general situation. Moreover, the preview reputation has never had a high impact on the box office of the summer season. Logically speaking, this period is completely dominated by popcorn action blockbusters, and Ransom Storm happens to be such a movie. Ransom Storm can be said to have big stars, vases, supporting actors' acting skills, and the director's ability is also unquestionable. In addition, the type of film is naturally suitable for this period, and basically all the factors for a big hit have been taken. But the thing that makes people worry is very direct. Their competitor is called Wayne Greenberg. Chapter 410 premiere. In the Burbank Disney conference room, everyone's face was very serious. In 2 days, the two films would face off. The Departed was coming on strong. The probability of discussing a solution at this meeting was infinitely close to zero in the minds of most participants. Wayne Greenberg's ability is not less than Zack Snyder, right? Michael Ovitz, who was sitting at the end of the conference table, spoke in a low voice, breaking the long-lasting dull atmosphere. No one can guarantee that this will not become another The Matrix. We can only prepare for the worst. The reason why everyone in Disney was facing a great enemy was that they could not avoid another reason. Although the box office of Twister had exceeded $100 million and the peak of the hottest viewing period had passed, the treatment they were facing now was almost a replica of Paramount. 4 weeks ago, when Paramount's big production Mission Impossible was released, its competitors were not only Twister released at the same time, but also The Matrix with great stamina. The final result also proved that in the face of the siege of two big productions of Warner Brothers, Mission Impossible had no possibility of turning around at the box office. From this perspective, Paramount has been very lucky. Although Mission Impossible has been suppressed by Twister due to Tom Cruise's huge box office appeal, at least the box office revenue is close to its expectations, and the pressure to recover costs through box office is not great. Now it's Walt Disney's turn. On the one hand, they have to face Twister, which has been released for 2 weeks, and has also been very strong at the box office, and on the other hand, they have to face The Departed, which opened on the same weekend. Everyone knows that they don't have Tom Cruise. Mel Gibson does have good box office appeal, but he is still far behind the superstar. Can we do this? Mel Gibson suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. He frowned slightly and looked at Michael Ovitz, saying, "Can we increase the hype of Wayne's scandal? I remember that the media reported that his crew had more than one contraband scandal. Such means are considered the 6 conventional means of competition." Mel Gibson knows that just like the gossip tabloids under Time Warner blacking himself, this way of blackening each other through the media will not cause a complete war between the 6 giants. As long as you stay in this circle for a long time, you can understand what the situation is between the 6 giants. The complexity of the relationship between these 6 giants can be called a mess. They maintain uninterrupted cooperation and will not miss the opportunity to trip each other up, but they will maintain the most basic restraint to avoid unlimited vicious competition. In a big way, the 6 giants can also be regarded as a community of interests. No matter how they compete internally, as long as there is a new force that may threaten them, they will immediately give up all internal disputes and tacitly suppress it together. You can continue, but it doesn't make much sense. Ron Howard, who was sitting next to Mel Gibson, shook his head and said seriously, "To put it bluntly, Wayne is different from you. Movie fans are much more tolerant of movie directors than movie stars. After all, directors are behind the scenes workers, even if he is a much more special director." Mel Gibson couldn't help but blurt out when he heard this. F***K, a freak like Wayne Greenberg is also considered a behind the scenes worker? His question represented the voice of most people in the conference room. Although the dark madman was quite low-key in life, he never hesitated to personally hype his movies when they were released. Most importantly, he also had a group of die-hard fans, which was unique among directors, even surpassing most of the big stars standing on the stage. Well, anyway, there's nothing to lose by trying. Michael Ovitz knocked on the table and then stood up. "I want to remind everyone here that there is no need to deify Wayne Greenberg too much. The reputation of the preview cannot represent the box office potential. Everything still depends on the reputation of ordinary moviegoers after the premiere. I'm sure that most of the fans invited by Warner Brothers to the preview were either Wayne's die-hard fans or R-rated movie enthusiasts. Otherwise the reputation of The Departed would not be abnormally high. You know, this group of people is only a minority, and their reactions cannot represent the market at all." His words were recognized by most of the people present. Then Michael Ovitz's eyes swept across the faces of everyone in the conference room again, and he said confidently, "We have a good foundation for success. I firmly believe that commercial blockbusters like Ransom Storm are the most popular killer among moviegoers in this period. At least it won't be a problem to suppress an Oscar-winning film." Yes, that's it. That's right. With the echoes of the crowd, the pre-screening meeting was disbanded in a weird atmosphere. Ron Howard and Mel Gibson walked out of the conference room together, and the two looked at each other more than once along the way. After leaving Disney, the two did not rush to separate, but walked to the coffee shop across the street. They both knew that some problems were there, and Michaelovitz could not ignore them with a few words of encouragement. There are only more than 2,800 theaters for the opening of Ransom Storm. Michaelovitz and John Brown's work with the Theater Alliance has not played any role at all. After the two sat down, Mel Gibson looked at the pedestrians outside the window and said with a sneer of sarcasm on his lips, "Even if they didn't get the same number of theaters as The Departed, I regret joining this project now. The degree of chaos in Disney is far beyond my initial expectation. If you want to have a similar opening scale as The Departed, Michael Eisner must call the three major theater companies personally to fight for it." Ron Howard shook his head. His mood was not as low as Mel Gibson's. He was just simply dissatisfied with Disney's distribution work. Even if Michael Eisner fights for it himself, I'm afraid that the number of screens for the opening of Ransom Storm will hardly be comparable to that of The Departed. Wayne Greenberg's movies have brought too much revenue to theater companies in the past few years. Even if the commercial attributes of this movie are not outstanding, they will first guarantee the number of screens for Wayne's opening. Who can guarantee that this movie won't be a big hit? He looked at the Australian movie star, took a long breath, and continued, "The specific performance of the two movies will still depend on the premiere in 2 days. It's a bit too early for us to worry now." "I hate that damn lunatic," Mel Gibson muttered softly. "Shit like Jews, there are only 2 days left before the film is released. Disney and Warner Brothers are now exactly the same. Intensive and crazy promotional advertisements are emerging one after another. Each of them has begun to bombard the land of North America through its own media and other large and small media. The happiest group of people in this situation are the fans who are ready to go. This year's summer season is particularly exciting. The past few weeks have fully proved that the release of big productions is a feast for fans. 2 days passed in a flash. After intensive publicity and good distribution work by Warner Brothers, on the evening of June 18th, The Departed premiered at the Hollywood Chinese Theater in Beverly. Just like most film premieres in Hollywood, the tit-for-tat premiere was staged again. During the same period, the grand premiere of Ransom Storm was also held at the Shrine Theater in Los Angeles. "You actually came from New York too? It's rare." There was a lot of noise in front of the Hollywood Chinese Theater. It was still early, and no movie stars had appeared on the red carpet. Next to the window on the second floor of the theater, the famous film critic Todd McCarthy was looking at the familiar face next to him with surprise. "I hope this R-rated masterpiece by Wayne Greenberg can give people enough surprises." The speaker was David Denby, a famous film critic from The New Yorker. He looked expectantly at the red carpet show that was about to begin. David Denby missed the internal preview of The Departed because of the distance and other reasons. The reason why he readily accepted the invitation from Warner Brothers this time was that he wanted to see the film as soon as possible. Todd McCarthy thought for a while and said carefully, "In my opinion, this film is indeed worthy of Wayne Greenberg's masterpiece of black films, but the flaws of the film are relatively obvious. Forget it. Wait until the movie starts, and you can watch it yourself." Todd McCarthy has been paying attention to his choice of words. In his eyes, the advantages and disadvantages of The Departed are very obvious. If it is only viewed from the perspective of a clutter-attributed R-rated film, this film can be said to be a masterpiece of violent aesthetics, but in his heart, he still feels that The Departed is far behind The Joker. David Denby looked at the other person's face in surprise. His curiosity about the film was even stronger. "At least from your tone, I can tell that this is not a bad movie, right? Let's start." At this moment, hundreds of fans gathered in front of the theater suddenly shouted like a tsunami because the first person to walk on the red carpet was the film director Wayne. Usually, whenever he attends an event that requires a formal female companion, Wayne is always accompanied by Naomi Watts. Both his fans and media reporters are used to this. Tonight is the same. The Australian actress is wearing a grey off-shoulder evening dress, and her whole person has completely restored her pre-pregnancy brilliance. She walks on the red carpet with Wayne, who is wearing a black suit, radiant. Although the fan screams are coming one after another, and the flashlights in the media area illuminate the entire theater, the two people's steps do not slow down. They walk across the red carpet at a fairly fast speed, and come directly to the prepared media interview area. Chapter 411, the last R-rated movie. The red carpet in front of the Hollywood Chinese Theater was crowded with people. This time, Wayne did not choose to be the last to appear. Instead, he was the first to walk the red carpet and came to the interview area early with Naomi Watts. The biggest difference between The Departed and his previous films is that the cast is so strong. In the past few years, Wayne's films have been strictly commercial films. The principle he has followed has always been to avoid using famous actors. On the one hand, it reduces unexpected situations during filming, and on the other hand, every time he does not choose a big star, he can save a lot of production funds and use them in the production of the film itself. This time it is different. No matter how much money the three male protagonists took less, their fame is indeed big enough. Needless to say, the new Batman Christian Bale, who has just become popular all over the world, is a typical example of fame. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a new national idol. Brad Pitt's popularity is not much different from the former. His last film was the popular Seven Deadly Sins, a film he co-starred with David Fincher, which earned him a lot of praise from fans and professionals. In fact, among the three people, the one whose acting skills made Wayne feel most comfortable was Jack Nicholson, an old actor who didn't like to follow the rules once he entered the set, and he also had a strong reputation among fans. Since there were these three big names appearing to attract popularity, Wayne simply prepared to enter the theater early to welcome some big names who came to the stage. In order to play this role well, Christian Bale went to the Los Angeles Police Department, put on a police uniform, and joined a patrol squad to experience life. He patrolled with the police officers and participated in the inspection of contraband. He was trained as an intern police officer for more than 2 months and was taught most of the professional skills. When a reporter asked about the performance of the leading actor in the film, Wayne faced the camera lens and countless recorders and threw out his praise for Christian Bale without hesitation. When I was filming Batman Begins, I discovered Christian Bale's professionalism. I know the speculations and rumors about our relationship, and I can give a clear answer here. When faced with a dedicated and hard-working actor like Christian Bale, every director will be willing to work with him. Good professional standards and self-discipline will bring more convenience to the difficult filming of the film. Director Greenberg, a reporter asked, as soon as he finished speaking, as we all know, your next film will be Batman Second, which also means that you will work with Christian Bale for the third time. Does this mean that your relationship will be similar to that of Tim Burton and Johnny Depp? Very likely. Facing the reporter who asked the question, Wayne showed a teasing expression and said, I didn't say that there are only 2 Batman films. In fact, if nothing unexpected happens, Chris will work with me frequently in the next few years. A CNN employee from Time Warner came up and raised the microphone with the station logo to Wayne, who was talking to the reporter. He said, Wayne, Ms. Watts, congratulations on having a lovely angel. Can you talk about why you postponed the filming of Batman Second and instead made such a large-scale gangster film? Naomi Watts, who had been standing next to Wayne and smiling, nodded to the reporter who asked the question, but she did not say anything. Everyone knew who the protagonist was today. When Wayne heard the reporter's question, he immediately realized that the other party should have been arranged by Warner Brothers to ask such a question. Although everyone knew that his purpose in filming and producing The Departed was just for the little golden man that everyone wanted, there were some things that could not be said to the public and fans, so it was always necessary to find a plausible reason. Wayne thought for a moment in front of the camera, then said into the microphone, fans who are familiar with me know that I have been studying the genre of film noir since my freshman year. Then there were films like Happy Death Day and Get Out. Of course, it was entirely because of the support of fans that I was qualified to shoot one film after another. It was probably in early 1995 when Batman Begins had just finished shooting. One night I suddenly had this idea, why not make a summary of everything I learned in my college career? After shooting those films one after another in the past few years, the continuous work also brought me invaluable shooting experience. So, I think with my current experience in making film noir, it's time to make a work that combines all my styles. So The Departed was born. In fact, a considerable part of these words are his true feelings in his heart. After the filming of The Departed, His work plan for the next few years will be centered on the DC comic adaptation series, and the probability of shooting this type of film again can be said to be infinitely low. As a major shareholder of Warner Brothers, he has long been part of this media group. Even for his own long-term benefits, he has to produce PG-13 rated superheroes. The audience of the movie will become an objective factor that must be considered. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that this movie is Wayne's summary of black movies in recent years. Of course, the first goal of making this movie is still the little golden man that makes him salivate. Wayne, does this mean that after this The Departed, you will not make similar large-scale R-rated movies in a short time? The CNN reporter immediately asked after hearing his answer. Nodding happily, Wayne shrugged and said to the microphone in a teasing tone, "It can be said that this may be my last R-rated movie. No one can say for sure." The CNN reporter got what he wanted and grinned at him. The gimmick of Wayne's last R-rated movie is big enough. I believe that countless fans will make an appointment with friends to go to the cinema again because of some kind of sentimental effect after hearing this news from his own mouth. This is the marketing strategy created by the distribution department of Warner Brothers. When the film starring Linoop is strong enough and has eye-catching gimmicks, Warner Brothers believes that there will be fans who originally had no plans to watch the film, but will buy tickets for various reasons. Wayne gently patted Naomi Watts' hand, and after answering this question, he turned around and left the media interview area with the Australian actress and walked into the Hollywood Chinese theater. Facing the camera lens, especially admitting that this is the last R-rated film, Wayne did not have any psychological pressure to lie. Telling lies with open eyes can be said to be a traditional skill of Hollywood directors. Anyway, one more of him is not too much. The hype of the last R-rated film is, to put it bluntly, for the box office. He remembered very clearly that in the previous life, when Transformers was based on feelings and harvested box office crazily around the world, Michael Bay told the media more than once that this would be his last Transformers, and the fans also gave the movie enough enthusiasm. Then when Transformers was released again, Explosive Bay seemed to have forgotten what he had said. In the face of subsequent interviews around the world, he swore again that this would be the last Transformers he directed. Then the fans seemed to be equally forgetful and lined up to enter the theater to contribute to the box office. Similar things are simply countless. As long as it is beneficial to the box office, the bottom line of Hollywood film practitioners is equivalent to nothing. The rogue Quentin Tarantino, every time he finished shooting a movie, he would emphasize in the publicity that he would only shoot 10 movies in his life, and he would retire to be a writer after shooting and drinking. In fact, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was still in full swing. For movie fans, it is enough to listen to what the director said. Because Wayne came quite early this time, he carefully observed the Chinese theater before entering the theater. Looking at this so-called landmark building that combines the East and the West, if you look at it from the perspective of the Eastern Soul, it is definitely out of place. This theater was built on May 18, 1927. Next door is the Dolby Theater. One of the main reasons for the theater's fame is that it has hosted many Oscar awards ceremonies. Another famous landscape in front of the theater square is the superstars' imprints on the cement ground. This cement ground is concentrated with the handprints, footprints and signatures of the world's best filmmakers. These imprints represent the highest honor and eternal commemoration of people who have made outstanding achievements in the world's film and entertainment industries. It is known as Hollywood's most precious honor. It's okay in this era. The imprints still have some gold content. In a few years, this place will become a world-famous tourist destination. It will become much easier to leave your mark in front of the Chinese theater. It will completely become a commercial behavior. When you enter the Hollywood Chinese theater, the first thing you have to pass is 2 huge red pillars. In the middle of the 2 red pillars is a stone-carved Chinese dragon. On both sides of the theater's gate, there are 2 stone giant Tengu statues. It is said that they were transported from the ancient Oriental country in the early days of the theater's construction. Wayne once held a premiere here, and he just took a quick glance and went in. After a careful visit, he found that these so-called Chinese elements were just what Westerners thought they were. The combination of the East and the West was quite strange in his eyes. Boss, there are several famous film critics upstairs. They came in through the employee passage early in the morning. Nina, who was waiting in the theater, saw them coming and came up to them immediately. Do you want to go and say hello first? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Kill Peter Parker. Who's here early? After hearing the assistant's report, Wayne didn't go up to greet them immediately. Instead, he stopped with Naomi Watts and stood at the door of the theater to ask. At this moment, a scream suddenly broke out at the door of the theater, and the fans cheered and shouted. The three of them looked outside at the same time. It was Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, who walked on the red carpet together. Nina looked outside curiously and said, "Above are Todd McCarthy, David Denby and Kenneth Turan." "Forget it." Wayne shook his head and looked at the two big guys who walked on the red carpet for an interview. "Steven and George will come in soon. We have to say hello here." It didn't take long for the two who finished the interview with the media reporters to walk into the theater together. Steven Spielberg hugged Wayne and then said with a smile, "The preview of the film has a very good reputation. It should be a big hit. The attendance of Twister has been slowly declining this week. The Departed just took over the box office champion. The ambition of Warner Brothers is now known to everyone in the industry." After hearing the words of the Jewish good man, Wayne first shook hands with George Lucas, then straightened his chest and said with a smile without hesitation, "Of course, I have confidence in my film." His words revealed a strong self-confidence, as if the other big production that was premiering tonight did not exist. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas looked at each other and laughed at the same time. "Okay, there is no need to entertain us too. You do your thing. Let's go in and rest first." George Lucas patted his shoulder and waved to call a staff member over. "Okay, we'll talk later." The two Hollywood directors nodded to Naomi Watts and followed the staff of Warner Brothers to the rest area on the second floor. "What a pity." After the staff left and the two sat down, Steven Spielberg whispered to his old friend, "Wayne is the most suitable director for Saving Private Ryan. For this kind of large-scale R-rated film with blood and flesh flying everywhere, no one can do it better than him." George Lucas took a sip of coffee and said bluntly, "Don't think about it. His ability to promote the cooperation between DreamWorks and Warner Brothers is the biggest help to you now. Wayne can't take on films other than Warner Brothers." The Jewish good man nodded involuntarily. In fact, as a major shareholder of Warner Brothers, Wayne did not stand on the position of the Big Six to suppress DreamWorks, which was a good thing. Now he has taken the lead in promoting the cooperation between DreamWorks and Warner Brothers, allowing DreamWorks to breathe a sigh of relief and concentrate on building its own distribution channels. Such help is indeed more meaningful to DreamWorks than shooting a movie for them. Everyone calls him a dark lunatic. Steven Spielberg sneered and looked in the direction of the theater in trance. But those people don't know that Wayne is full of humanity to everyone around him. "Jealousy is the biggest original sin, Steven." George Lucas agreed. "Sometimes he does act like a madman. It depends on who he is with. However, Wayne's character is indeed very complicated." The two people upstairs were talking about Wayne, and at this time, an unexpected person came to the door of the Hollywood Chinese Theater. "Strange, why is he here? To attend the premiere of Warner Brothers film?" Nina gently pushed her glasses and muttered to the middle-aged white man walking towards them. Then she moved forward 2 steps, approached Wayne and whispered, "This is Paul Knight, an executive of Sony Columbia. It seems that he is here for us." Hearing Sony Columbia, Wayne was stunned for a moment and then nodded slightly thoughtfully. This giant acquired by Benzi Capital may be the only one of the 6 members that did not participate in the war this summer, so it should not be hostile to him. Before he could think about it anymore, the person smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, Wayne. Welcome to the movie premiere." "Hello, Paul." Seeing the other party extend his hand, he also took 2 steps forward and politely shook the other party's hand. The Visitor had also had fierce competition with his film, but according to the rules of Hollywood, after the competition, they would choose to stop, and no one could guarantee whether there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. The reputation of The Departed is very good. Paul Knight suddenly appeared this time, obviously not just to say hello. Warner Brothers is destined to be the big winner of this summer's movie. Wayne, I heard that you like superheroes very much. Are you interested in working together once? The other party did not mention how he wanted to cooperate specifically, but when Wayne heard him mention superheroes, he immediately thought of the little spider. The most famous copyright in Sony Columbia's hands could only be Peter Parker. He vaguely remembered that Jimmy had mentioned to him that Sony Columbia had invited Jimmy to cooperate more than once. Facing the temptation proposed by the other party, as soon as they met, Wayne smiled and said nothing. Your Batman Begins and Joker have inspired all Hollywood studios. The achievements of these two films are simply unbelievable. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Paul Knight didn't care and continued. Columbia originally wanted to make its own superhero, but the failure of the Hulk was so tragic that it discouraged many senior executives of the company. Wayne, I have to admit that in the genre of comic book superheroes, only you can make a mainstream film. Thank you, I'm just lucky. Not understanding the other party's specific meaning, Wayne nodded humbly, thinking about what the other party wanted to do. As the main manager of Sony Columbia, the other party couldn't be unaware that he would not make films for other companies. Since such information is known to everyone in the circle, why did he come to try to propose cooperation? No, Wayne. Paul Knight suddenly shook his head seriously and said seriously, one success can be said to be good luck, but continuous success can never be due to luck. Sony Columbia and I both believe that superheroes can only be successful in your hands. Ha. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who was flattering him, Wayne was too lazy to beat around the bush. Paul, tell me straight, how do you want to cooperate? I can tell you clearly that Warner Brothers and I already have a series of plans. In the next 10 years, I don't think I have time to shoot projects for other companies. The atmosphere between the two suddenly stagnated. Just when the two women beside him thought that this short conversation would end in a bad mood, Paul Knight suddenly laughed. Wayne, I know what you said. I have a suggestion for you to consider. Halfway through, he observed Wayne's face and found that he did not show any impatience, so he continued. Sony Columbia has invested in the Spider-Man project. How about you be the producer of the project? Sony Columbia will mainly take your opinions into account in the recruitment of the main creative team, the adaptation of the film script, the filming style, and other work. You just need to control the direction of the film, just like the work of The Matrix. I can assure you that the investment in this project will never be less than $150 million US. If you think the budget is not enough, you can increase it at any time. So this was his plan. As he finished speaking, the three people present suddenly realized it. Wayne did not participate in the specific work of the filming and post-production of The Matrix. He just pointed out a general direction and gave the main creative team a framework. Moreover, the other party told him the general plan, but did not mention the issue of remuneration. This was obviously not a stingy performance, but a preparation for a big loss. Wayne smiled and shrugged. Spider-Man is completely different from The Matrix. They are not the same concept at all. He would never agree to it. However, seeing that the other party is so sincere, it is likely that they will pester him for a while. The traditional Hollywood methods will be used in turn. If I guess correctly, they will use money to attack him. Look, Paul. He leaned forward slightly, with an interested look on his face. I'm very interested in Peter Parker. It should be very tempting to make Spider-Man darker. I will decide the script, right? That's good. What do you think if we darken Peter Parker's experience and make him both good and evil? I have filmed superheroes who hide and dodge without bleeding. This time I plan to kill Spider-Man at the end. Wouldn't it be very interesting? Then we will. Looking at Wayne, who was getting more and more excited, Paul Knight's face became darker and darker. A dark and twisted Peter Parker? Spider-Man was killed? This is nonsense. They want to invite the other party at all costs, with the goal of ensuring success, even if they give up most of the profits in the first film. After the success of the first film, Sony Columbia will make a lot of money from the second film. I wanted to have a successful beginning, but it seems that if Peter Parker turns evil and is killed, even if the beginning is successful, what will happen? This is not in the interests of Sony Columbia at all. Wayne, think about it. Let's talk about it later. Seeing that he still wanted to continue, Paul Knight left a helpless sentence and turned to the second floor of the theater. Hey, Paul, don't you think my plan is very interesting? Paul. When the back of the Sony Columbia executive disappeared completely, Naomi Watts and Nina looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Wayne, you are so mean. Haha, when you just heard you want to kill Spider-Man, the guy's face turned from blue to black. Hahaha. The Australian actress hugged his arm and almost bent over with laughter. Wayne put away all his bad taste, spread his hands, and looked at the two women innocently. I think Sony Columbia should have completely given up now. Chapter 413. The tip of the iceberg. Watching the Sony Columbia executive turn and walk away, Wayne and the two women laughed out loud. There were footsteps and a puzzled voice behind them again. What does he want to do with you? The man was Bruce Rosenblum, and it seemed that he had been here for a while. Sony Columbia didn't have a big production to compete with us this summer, so they didn't do anything. He wanted to invite me to be the producer of Spider-Man, similar to the producer of The Matrix. Wayne shook his head gently. I refused. Bruce Rosenblum teased. Ha, it seems that you have once again rejected the kindness of a giant. Then several people laughed together. At this time, the theater screamed again, and several people looked outside at the same time. It turned out that Brad Pitt, one of the male protagonists, walked on the red carpet. There were several cars blocking the red carpet at one end. It seemed that the main creators of the crew should have arrived. Several people watched Brad Pitt walk into the media interview area, and Bruce Rosenblum suddenly whispered, "Good news. The media attention here is much higher than that of Ransom Storm Next Door. Mel Gibson and Long Hollywood's influence is still not comparable to you and those three big stars. Too much media attention doesn't mean anything." Wayne looked at the group of media reporters in front of the theater and said calmly, "Who can take the lead this weekend still depends on the results of the advanced screenings after the premiere tonight. We will get enough leads." Speaking of this, Bruce Rosenblum's confidence is greater than that of the film director. With Wayne's achievements in the past few years, this time the theater alliance headed by the three major theater companies not only opened more than 3,200 theaters for The Departed, but also arranged more than 3,000 advanced screenings tonight alone. Compared with Ransom Storm Next Door, it is a bit worse. He had learned about it before. Although Ransom Storm also opened advanced screenings after the premiere, there were only about 2,200 screenings. At the beginning of the competition, it can be said that the two sides were not on the same starting line. There is no absolute fairness in this world. The reason why The Departed can be opened on a super large scale and even opened so many advanced screenings is that on the one hand, the continuous success of the films released by Warner Bros. Has brought great confidence to the theater alliance, and on the other hand, it is because this film is called Greenberg production. The reason is simple. Each of Wayne's works in the past few years has brought countless profits to the theater company. They believe that this film will continue to create brilliance as always. The crew members and guests who came to the stage walked into the theater one after another amid screams, and Wayne began to greet everyone. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the guests and the main creative team of the crew began to enter the theater, waiting for the official start of the movie premiere. At the same time, the invited media and ordinary fans who were seated relatively at the back also lined up and gradually walked into the screening room. In a short period of time, the noise and chatter of the crowd filled this theater that could accommodate more than 2,000 people. The fans who can choose to watch the film at the first time are either supporters of the three main actors of the film or die-hard fans of Wayne. This base is relatively large, and almost every ordinary fan who is selected is a lucky one. Hey, everyone, don't make a mess. At the entrance of the theater, a girl with short blonde hair shouted loudly, and there was a black boy who looked like a bodyguard beside her. The boy was wearing a security uniform that was out of tune with the scene. After finding that Daisy's voice attracted the attention of many people, he grinned and showed a mouthful of white teeth with an apologetic smile on his face. Don't worry, I have communicated with Warner Brothers, and the 2 rows of seats reserved for us have been gathered together. The girl's voice continued, constantly and loudly admonishing the fans who kept entering the theater, while she was also helping the on-site staff to direct the crowd. Daisy, great job. Hey, team leader, this time it's all up to you. Almost every fan who entered the theater greeted Daisy, or gave her a thumbs up, and then walked to the seats reserved for them under the guidance of the staff. There were a lot of fans entering the theater, but the order here was relatively good, because the fans queuing at this entrance were all Wayne's die-hard supporters, and they were all members of the Wayne fan organization. The theater staff specially opened this channel for them. Daisy was much busier in organizing the premiere of The Departed than other films before. Not only did she personally organize a rudimentary water army before the movie was released, and frantically promoted the movie on the new platform of the internet, but she also organized 400 fans to come to the premiere to watch. Just like she said a few years ago, starting this year, she really made the fan organization her own business, which not only allowed her to get closer to her favorite director, but also earned a lot of money from it. In terms of income alone, her boyfriend Hector Henry, who has become a new producer at Warner Brothers, can't compare with her in this regard. A fan organization with terrible order. Looking at the seats in the middle rows, being slowly filled up by this group of alternative fans, George Lucas, who was sitting in the 3rd row and observing the movements behind, whispered a sigh of admiration to his old friend beside him. That girl can be considered a good manager, to be able to organize this group of people of different skin colors, races, and classes so orderly. You know, in this land, where everything must be aligned with freedom, it is a very difficult task to make different groups of people have order. In this regard, even their army can't do well. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the 2 rows of seats in front of the curtain. Steven, who do you think these high quality fans support? It's Wayne's hardcore fan organization. Steven Spielberg didn't keep it a secret and gave the answer readily. What? Yes, you didn't listen. The good Jewish man retracted his gaze towards the back row, turned his head with a strange expression, and continued, incredible, right? When I first knew about it, I also found it incredible that a director actually has a group of die-hard fans that exceeds the scale of superstars. If I hadn't cooperated with Warner Brothers on Twister, I wouldn't have discovered this huge group. They are Wayne's base in North America, and the source of confidence that Warner Brothers bears to invest in his new project with their eyes closed. George, according to the information I have learned, they are only a tiny part of them. After the premiere, more people will flock to the 3,200 advance screenings open simultaneously across North America. Now, do you still think the box office of an award-winning film will be low? It's really surprising. George Lucas widened his eyes, his voice full of disbelief. I think if the group of people who are premiering the movie next door knew about this group of people, they would probably fall into despair. Everyone knows that the summer season is the most important season in North America. The reason why major Hollywood companies invest huge amounts of money and air to produce high-cost blockbusters is because this season is the time when movie fans are most enthusiastic about watching movies. At this time, in George Lucas's eyes, Walt Disney's big investment has already caused a serious loss crisis at the time when the competition has just begun. Movie fans will have a herd effect. When everyone around them chooses to watch The Departed as soon as possible, they will most likely choose to ignore other movies. Friends, let's show our preparations. Suddenly, the crisp female voice just now rang again, attracting countless eyes again. She didn't care about the surprised eyes cast by the people around her and took the lead in taking off the t-shirt she was wearing outside. The girl's action was like a start signal. The young people in the 2 rows behind, whether boys or girls, took off their clothes on the outside and revealed the t-shirts they were wearing inside. Wow, cool. This is so cool. The crowd around exclaimed. It turned out that this group of 400 people were all wearing uniform white t-shirts with 2 huge letters TC on the front of the t-shirts. Below the letters, there was a black bat, and under the bat, there was a relatively small name, Wayne Greenberg. In some activities or competitions, it is not uncommon for organized groups to wear uniform clothing, but it is still quite rare in this era. to see a large number of fans wearing uniform clothing at a movie premiere. Even if there are a few small groups of fans who do this, they are usually supporters of a superstar. A large number of die-hard fans came to the scene to support the director, which caused countless people to exclaim. The movement behind attracted the attention of the main creators and guests of the crew in front. Whenever someone saw those fans clearly, what the t-shirts on their bodies represented, they would involuntarily cast their eyes on Wayne. Most people had complex and inexplicable emotions in their eyes. As a large number of fans entered the theater, time passed by, and the seats in the theater were gradually filled. After several staff members reminded them, the sound in the theater began to get smaller and smaller. When the lights on the ceiling began to go out, and the light from the projector appeared on the screen, the crowd completely regained its calm. More than 2,000 people focused their attention on the upcoming movie at the same time. This movie was far from being like Wayne's other works. It gave enough information in the pre-release publicity. On the contrary, because it has always maintained a sense of mystery, it has caused people to have deeper expectations. The first thing to appear is always the opening animation of Warner Brothers. After the studio opening, that represents the historical heritage, the opening of Greenberg studio flashed quickly, and the big screen suddenly went black, and then the movie officially began to be shown. Chapter 414 deserves any award and praise. David, in some ways, this is the culmination of Wayne Greenberg's work. At the moment the film officially began, Todd McCarthy, one of the 3 famous film critics sitting together, suddenly whispered to David Denby beside him. His words were heard by the 2 film critics beside him along with the light on the big screen. Unlike the 2 of them, Todd McCarthy participated in all internal previews, and it can be said that he repeatedly screened The Departed. He didn't know whether the film would explode at the box office, but he was confident that this film would definitely be recognized by all mainstream media and awards. The darkness on the big screen did not last for a few seconds. There was only a line of letters in the dark screen, the work of Wayne Greenberg. Then it lit up instantly, and a chaotic street appeared in the screen, with a group of men chasing and beating frantically. I don't want to be a product of the environment. On the contrary, I hope that the environment can control me. A monologue sounded along the chaotic streets of Boston, with the chasing crowd, the indifferent police, the police car driving away at a high speed, and a big no that suddenly appeared. The monologue continued in the quiet theater. Many years ago, we had a church, and that was just a way to show our solidarity. But now, I don't know, it's ridiculous, it's instilling hatred in you. The more chaotic street scenes continued, the monologue flashed by, and then more policemen and noisy crowds appeared. During the uninterrupted monologue, the scene turned, and the camera gave a panoramic view of the city of Boston. The Knights of Columbus are real Italian toughs, and they have opened up their own territory in the city. The frequently switching shots changed again, and the gang leader played by Jack Nicholson walked out of the shadows. This shot followed the monologue, and there was no mysterious meaning. Instead, everyone at the scene understood it all at once. The old man who appeared in the shadows was the person mentioned in the monologue who opened up his own territory in the city. 20 years ago, the Irish couldn't even find a job. Now we finally have a stable life. This is what those niggers didn't realize. If I have any prejudice against those niggers, it's this. No one will give you charity. You have to fight for it yourself. The picture of the film immediately became bright after the monologue ended. Everyone knew that the film was about to enter the story. Steven, what is Wayne kidding? George Lucas, who was watching the film attentively, suddenly turned around and whispered in his old friend's ear in surprise. His monologue will ruin all his advantages among the colored community. There is a strange phenomenon in Hollywood today, which makes people in the circle extremely jealous. That is, as a white man who can't be whiter, Wayne actually has a terrifying appeal among the colored community. As early as his first film Happy Death Day, this situation had already shown signs, and Get Out released the following year pushed this alternative phenomenon to the peak. Now, at the beginning of this film, a blatant derogatory name suddenly appeared, which immediately attracted George Lucas's attention. Don't worry, old man, just read on. Steven Spielberg smiled, like a child who had succeeded in a prank. Believe me, you will find that this derogatory name is not even the tip of the iceberg when you see it later. Before coming here to watch the movie, the Jewish good man deliberately did not tell the other party everything in the movie. You know, when he watched the internal preview for the first time, he was also shocked by the scale of the movie. Compared with Wayne's previous so-called large-scale works, this movie is just like letting himself go. He can't remember how many swear words appeared in the film, because almost every line has them, and there is no way to count them specifically, but he can guarantee that the word starting with F will appear no less than 200 times. Incredible, George Lucas muttered to himself, and focused on the movie again. Before watching this film, people once imagined that the film was full of gray tones, but it was the opposite after the main film started. In the cheerful background music, the camera images were extremely bright. If you didn't say it, no one would have thought that this was a large-scale gangster film. The story entered the theme in this bright rhythm. In the south of Boston, the gang leader Frank Castro was in his heyday. He was a thorn in the eyes of the police. In a restaurant, Frank Castro met Colin, who was only 14 years old. It was like fate. The shrewd gang leader decided to train this fatherless and motherless child. He did not let the child inherit his mantle, but trained him to be a policeman. At the same time, another teenager, Billy, who was born in a poor neighborhood, worked at the airport with his father to make money. Because he had no money to pay protection fees, his father was beaten to death by the gang leader of the neighborhood. After experiencing all this, Billy decided that he would become a policeman when he grew up and arrest Frank Castro, who killed his father. Time flies, and these two teenagers with completely different destinies grow up and enter the police academy. At the subsequent graduation ceremony, they both became police officers. From here, the fate of the two people began to take different turns. Ambitious Colin, with the secret help of the gang, was soon promoted to the superintendent of the Special Investigation Team, after making meritorious contributions in several operations to annihilate gangs. At this time, he has become a police officer, but he still obeys Frank Castro in secret. Unlike Colin, who has developed smoothly, Billy's family is very special. It can be said that almost all of his relatives are criminals except himself. Because of this, his move to become a policeman made the police suspicious. Billy stepped into their designed plan step by step under the design of his boss. The boss's sarcasm made Billy, who had lived at the bottom of the society, very unhappy. He hoped that he could become an upright policeman, but under the pressure of his boss, he could only choose to obey orders and become an undercover. Thus, the police's plan succeeded smoothly. Billy would be the key to their breaking into Frank Castro's gang. To enter the gang, one must have a reasonable identity, so Billy went to prison and became a criminal. After he was released from prison, his cousin who sold contraband became the key to his breaking into the gang. It is indeed a masterpiece. The movie had been going on for about 18 minutes. David Denby, who had been concentrating on watching the movie, suddenly let out a long breath, took his eyes back from the big screen, and turned to look at another famous film critic beside him, Todd McCarthy. When the other party looked at him in confusion, he suddenly changed his words and said slowly in a low voice, "No, it cannot be said to be a masterpiece. It is too biased to say so. It should be said to be a masterpiece of a master." Hearing his sigh, Todd McCarthy suddenly laughed. As a well-known film critic in the Mesozoic era, his expression was like saying that the secret he understood was finally discovered by another colleague. "You discovered it too, right?" The two people's whispered exchange also attracted the attention of Kenneth Turan on the other side, but she didn't say anything. He was still unsure about some things and wanted to hear the opinion of this New York colleague. "Yes, I discovered it." David Denby nodded in agreement. Just from the first 18 minutes, he discovered the amazing points that were ignored by 90% of ordinary audiences. Otherwise, he would not have sincerely said that the beginning of this film was a masterpiece. David Denby found that his two colleagues were looking at him. He did not hesitate. He observed the fans around him who were watching the movie attentively and deliberately lowered his voice. He said, "It is symmetry. This is the greatest showmanship of master director. The showmanship can serve the story of the film, which is very rare." In the first less than 20 minutes of the film, I saw the strong control that Wayne Greenberg showed as a film director. I can also see his master level story arrangement ability as a screenwriter, and I saw the new dimension opened up by editor Dawn Scott in editing. He swallowed his saliva, paused for a while, and continued, the white rectangle is Colin, and the grey rectangle is the proportion. From the color changes, we can clearly see the cross-symmetrical macro-narrative structure of the opening of The Departed. Colin's growth experience and police school experience, Bill's police school experience and growth experience. In terms of the symmetry of narrative techniques, Colin's growth experience is directly described, while Bill's growth experience is indirectly described through character dialogue. The corresponding use of direct and indirect descriptions not only avoids the repetition of character creation forms, but also distinguishes the focus of character portrayal. That is, the focus of Colin's portrayal is that Colin grew up under the words and deeds of the gangster boss Frank. Bill's growth experience with divorced parents is no longer the focus. The focus is on the three plots of taking care of mother, refusing uncle's funding, and mother's funeral later. Hey, man, can you be quiet? Just as he was talking excitedly, and the two colleagues around him were listening attentively, an angry roar suddenly sounded behind them. At this time, David Denby reacted. He became more and more excited as he talked, and inevitably he couldn't control his voice, which had seriously affected the viewing of other people behind him. He understood that ordinary audiences would not care about the things he said, they cared more about the feelings when watching the movie. Facing the accusation, David Denby nodded to the fans behind him with an apologetic smile, and made a zipper gesture with one hand at his mouth. Although this topic was only half said, Kenneth Turan looked towards the middle of the first row of seats and smiled thoughtfully. In his mind, Wayne's purpose in making this film was very utilitarian, purely for the chance to win the Golden Globe. Unexpectedly, from a professional perspective, the film completely exceeded his imagination. Originally, most people in the industry had similar ideas. Get Out did not win, because of age and other reasons. Joker also did not win, because of Schindler's List and other reasons. Now, even if The Departed is shot like shit, the chances of winning the award will not be small. Now it seems that Wayne has never thought of perfunctory. This The Departed is definitely a masterpiece, worthy of any award and praise, just looking at the beginning. However, a perfect beginning is not enough, the integrity of the film is equally important, so he once again cast his eyes on the film that was still being screened. Chapter 415 Let Yourself Go. In the infernal affairs, Buddha said, if you are in the infernal affairs, you will never die, and if you live long, you will be in the infernal affairs. Wayne's The Departed abandoned this concept very nakedly. It only tells the story of two undercovers. It is just a pure realistic and bloody gangster film. Billy successfully entered Frank Costello's gang through the relationship of his cousin, a drug dealer, and was trusted. On the other hand, Frank Costello is like Colin's spiritual godfather. With his help, many cases were solved one by one, and Colin was increasingly valued by the police. In contrast, Colin often conveyed the police's news to the gang, allowing his spiritual godfather to avoid the police's pursuit again and again. On the one hand, there is a bright future in the police station, and on the other hand, Billy can only rely on tranquilizers to stabilize his emotions because of the long-term high pressure of undercover. So he found a psychologist introduced by his boss for emotional counseling. Coincidentally, this beautiful psychologist is Colin's fiancée. At this time, this shot uses a lot of parallel cross-association montage to construct the narrative framework. The story has become confusing, without the concept of time, and even less foreshadowing of emotions. Did you do this on purpose? Naomi Watts has been watching the movie with a frown since the beginning. This movie does not conform to her aesthetics at all. The rudeness and swearing make her very tired. When she saw this cross-plot, she couldn't help but turn around and ask. The editing request I made was made by Dwayne Scott. Wayne nodded slightly, staring at the big screen expressionlessly and said, he did a good job, didn't he? Oh god. The Australian actress reached out and gently patted her forehead, her voice a little hoarse. I don't understand this editing at all, Wayne. Maybe I shouldn't accompany you this time. Your movie is simply too unfriendly to female audiences. As they were talking, the scene on the big screen was Billy's scene of questioning his boss in the car under pressure. Billy was angry and asked his boss rudely why he knew all the crimes of Frank Castro but didn't arrest him. At this time, Billy learned that there was a gangster undercover in the police station, which also indicated that an exciting cat and mouse game had officially begun. Glancing at the big screen, Naomi Watts sighed helplessly as she heard Christian Bale's constant F***K. She dared to bet on God now that there were very few girls who really liked this movie. She even thought that the girls who would go to the theater to watch this movie were probably because of Christian Bale's handsome face. Oh, and Brad Pitt's cool face. Everyone around was concentrating on watching the movie. Although the Australian actress didn't like this movie, she had no choice but to turn her attention back to the big screen. However, what she was thinking about at the moment had nothing to do with the movie being played. She was thinking about the plot of Batman 2nd. Received a task of microprocessor transaction. A large number of policemen had already arrived at the scene and strictly controlled the scene. Faced with such an emergency, tipped off Frank Castro in the name of calling his father. He reminded his spiritual godfather to turn off all mobile phones. During the transaction, only one person's mobile phone was not turned off. This mobile phone belonged to Billy, who was undercover in the gang. He was reporting the transaction dynamics to his boss. In order to avoid the suspicion of the police, Frank Castro, who knew there was a risk, did not change the transaction venue. He just used an empty car to confuse the police after the transaction. The gang members involved in the transaction had already escaped from the back door by water. The police finally came to nothing. The mission failed, and the desire to catch Frank Castro in one fell swoop was once again in vain. The mission failed, and Billy, who had been under high pressure, was on the verge of collapse again. He went to meet the beautiful psychologist to relieve the pressure. At this time, Frank Castro also realized that there might be police undercovers among his men. He contacted by phone and began to look for clues. However, did not have the right to view the files in his boss' computer. In order to find out the identity of the undercover, proposed that Frank Castro provide a list of social security numbers of all his men. Ironically, the police also began to investigate the information of the internal undercover and gave this task to which meant that he had to find out that he was the undercover, which was obviously impossible. In order to investigate who was the undercover sent by Frank Castro to the police, after collecting all the social security numbers, Billy secretly followed the whereabouts of the file bag. It was very simple. The person who got the file bag must be the undercover sent by the gang. He followed the whereabouts of the file bag all the way to a movie theater. He saw the person who took the file, but because of the dim light in the movie theater, he did not see the person's face clearly. All he could do was to continue to follow the person who got the information. Because the person acted too cautiously, he ended up with nothing. The camera turns, and a transport ship is heading to Boston. Billy, who is preparing to participate in this mission, is temporarily informed that a new person will be used this time. He immediately contacts his superior to inform him of the situation and arranges a meeting place. Frank Castro said that he would use a new person, but who knows that it was just to verify Billy's identity and see if he was an undercover agent. Billy, who had already noticed it, did not arouse suspicion. Little did he know that the shrewd Frank Castro had already turned his attention to his superior. He sent people to follow the contact person between the police station and the undercover. Undoubtedly, whoever contacts him is the undercover. The rooftop of 314 Worth Street is the meeting place agreed by Billy and his superior. Frank Castro has secretly sent people to surround it. The situation is very critical. Just when Billy was about to enter the building and was about to be exposed, Frank Castro's men sent a message to Billy to go to 314 Worth Street to participate in the operation. It was very simple. This was another test for him. Facing Billy, who was about to be exposed, the white police officer had no other choice. He sacrificed himself to exchange Billy's safety. Billy watched his boss fall from the rooftop to his face. In this shot, Wayne did not disguise or cover up at all. It was like a real person falling from the rooftop to the ground. He even chose close-up shots. The scene was extremely bloody. Oh my god. What the F, the movie was played until here. The theater has always maintained a very quiet atmosphere. This shot was too abrupt and too bloody. At this time, the audience behind the scenes sighed for the first time. 90% of the fans who came here were mentally prepared to face large-scale shots. They knew that they were going to watch an R-rated gangster movie, and the director of this R-rated movie was Wayne Greenberg, who had always been known for shooting black movies. But no one expected that those vulgar lines and the violence were not enough. There was actually such an unconcealed large-scale bloody shot. The dark side of society, the reality of human nature, the undisguised bloodiness. Wayne is really letting himself go. Hearing the exclamations behind him, George Lucas also took a deep breath. It was almost impossible for him to shoot such a realistic film, so his tone at the moment was full of obvious appreciation. He was born to shoot this kind of work. Steven, do you know who this film reminds me of? Steven Spielberg asked curiously. Who? Francis Ford Coppola. At this point, he paused for a moment and shook his head slightly. You know, I'm talking about the feeling of this gangster film. I mean, there is a similar feeling of master level control of the camera, plain, unpretentious, and a narrative that cuts to the point. It's like a bloody romance specially given to men. Steven Spielberg nodded gently, indicating that he understood what his old friend wanted to say. Perhaps, in the eyes of ordinary movie fans, this movie is not among the top 3 of Wayne's works, but in the eyes of professionals like them, this movie is the best show of skill. The Departed is quite long. After all, it is not a fast-paced commercial film. Wayne chose to keep some details in the editing. The whole film is a total of 150 minutes. Now the story has entered the final stage. After the fans at the scene were amazed, they once again restored the atmosphere of quiet viewing. The story on the big screen is still going on. The gang member who sent the wrong message to Billy died unexpectedly, which gave Billy temporary safety. On the other hand, the death of Billy's boss gave Colin an opportunity to investigate the undercover around Frank Castro. He contacted Billy by phone and prepared to gain Billy's trust. Frank Castro, who was trading again, took his men to the trading place. At this time, he was entangled by the police undercover and had lost his mind. The crazy behavior of the spiritual godfather now seriously threatened Colin's safety. Colin decided to lead the team himself and solve all the troubles himself. The police surrounded Frank Castro's trading place again. The two sides had a fierce exchange of fire in the dark. After a fierce gunfight, the gang leader's organization was wiped out. Now there are only a few people who know Colin's identity. Now, he wants to get rid of everything in the past and become a real policeman. But at this moment, Billy found the file bag containing the social insurance information of the gangsters on his desk. Suddenly, Billy knew that Colin was the undercover who had been hiding in the police station. Chapter 416. The ultimate display of personal style. The film has entered the final stage, and all the audiences are looking forward to what kind of sparks the two undercovers from different camps will collide with, and what the ending of the two will be. At the same time, the two people on the big screen acted separately. After a period of hesitation, Colin finally made up his mind. In order to protect his identity, he deleted Billy's police file and made him unable to restore his police identity. Billy, on the other hand, handed an important document to the beautiful psychologist, who was walking between the two men. After everything was ready, the two met at the rooftop where Billy's boss, the white detective, died. Number 314, Woshi Street. Amid the bleak background music, Billy leaned against a wall on the rooftop with his back, holding a gun in his hand, ready to arrest him after Colin arrived. The iron door on the rooftop was pushed open from the inside. Colin looked around and walked out slowly. Billy, who had been waiting, rushed out before he could react and yelled, F******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Hey, put down that damn gun. Did you hear me? I'm here to convince you. Hey, listen. Colin raised his hands and explained excitedly. I can give you money. You. Oh, F asterisk asterisk K. Before Colin could continue, he was knocked to the ground by Billy's punch. You were arrested for F asterisk asterisk K asterisk asterisk ing, and you have that damn videotape. What about it? There was a fierce quarrel. This scene was just like a big display of North American English swear words. The two men screamed at each other crazily. Various combinations of words with F, Various insulting slangs emerged one after another, and the two men's mouths were like smeared with honey, and they greeted each other with sweet words. Hey, F asterisk asterisk KY asterisk Q. I deleted all your police files, bastard. When Colin said this excitedly, Billy, who was holding a gun, was stunned for a moment, and then asked loudly in disbelief, "You deleted all my files?" Another fierce quarrel continued. In Billy's hysterical scream of F asterisk asterisk FY asterisk Q, F asterisk asterisk KY asterisk Q, he couldn't bear it anymore, and swung his fist, punching Colin in the face one after another. This shot is almost undecorated, and the expressiveness of the punches is shocking. With the blood splashing from the corners of Colin's mouth and nose, the screening room was silent. After nearly 150 minutes of torture, the audience has gradually become familiar with the style of the film. Although this shot is full of violence and blood, who can say that this is the characteristic of Wayne Greenberg's works? If it is a realistic gangster film, it would be strange if there is no such blood-pumping shot in the whole film. Everyone knew that the end was coming soon. No one was willing to make a sound. More than 2,000 people stared at the big screen with their eyes wide open. Billy beat Colin, but he suppressed his anger. He did not choose to shoot and kill him directly. Instead, he insisted on arresting him. At this moment, the iron door of the rooftop was pushed open again. Another police officer pushed the door and walked out. Seeing this situation, he immediately pulled out his gun and pointed it at Billy. For a while, the two sides were deadlocked. Just when Billy took Colin hostage and walked into the elevator, and when he came downstairs and was about to walk out of the building, the elevator door just opened and a bullet hit Billy's head accurately. Another policeman suddenly appeared outside the elevator. He shot Billy directly without any hesitation. Such an ending was something no one expected. The scene of Billy being shot in the head was too sudden. A large ball of bright red blood, mixed with white fluid, splashed directly on the elevator wall. This scene was very impactful, at least for the audience who were watching the movie attentively on the spot. The impact was a bit too strong. No, how could this be? Please, at this point in the story, no one expected the movie to end like this. Billy, who had been undercover in the gang, clearly showed that he was a good man. According to the Hollywood ending routine, that has never changed, the good man must defeat all evil, which is a satisfactory ending for the audience. However, all the fans at the scene ignored that this is not a purely commercial film. Although big stars seem to appear in large numbers, it cannot change the fact that this is a work lacking commercial attributes. Unlike ordinary audiences, there was also a group of alternative guests at the scene. This small group of people's eyes lit up at the same time, as if they had seen some attractive scenes. The development of things was indeed unexpected. The movie did not give the audience too much time to sigh, and it was still ending. It turned out that the policeman who beat Billy to death and the policeman who just ran to the rooftop were both undercover sent to the police station by Frank Castro. At this time, Colin, who was squatting on the ground in shock, had a cold light flashing in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he stood up and shot and killed the two undercover agents with the same identity as himself. In this way, no one knew his identity anymore. A few days later, the police held a grand funeral for Billy to commemorate the hero of the undercover gangster, and Colin became the biggest winner after the incident. Just when Colin thought that he had finally realized his dream of being a policeman, Officer Mark, who had resigned, shot him to death at the door of his house. The last shot of the movie was fixed on the mouse lying on the railing of Colin's house. The mouse in the bright sunshine formed an extremely strong contrast with Colin lying in a pool of blood. The end of the film was so abrupt that most people didn't react. The lights on the ceiling lit up, and the names of the main creators of the crew began to scroll on the big screen. This ending was once again beyond everyone's expectations, so that most of the audience didn't react when they saw the lights were on, and they were stunned in their seats for a while. I said I guessed this ending, do you believe it? George Lucas first teased his old friend beside him, then took the lead and stood up, clapping his hands vigorously. His applause was like a switch, successfully awakening everyone. With a boom, the applause sounded like thunder. Did you guess it? Steven Spielberg frowned, his tone full of doubt. You know, when he watched the internal preview, he didn't guess that the ending would be so simple and rough. Yes, from the second half of the movie, I guessed that Wayne would do this. The whole movie is full of rough designs. If you analyze it carefully, the story of this movie is probably the worst of all his works, but it is this kind of roughness that fits this story that is already full of roughness, especially the ending of the movie halfway through. George Lucas looked at Wayne, who was taking a bow, and his eyes did not hide his admiration. The strong contrast of the colors at the end is like a special appeal, and the roughness gives people a sense of absurdity. Steven, if the films of the past few years, such as Happy Death Day, Get Out, and Joker, were Wayne's gradual improvement, slowly showing his personal style to the audience in North America and even the world, then this The Departed, where he showed off his skills to the point where they were unnoticeable, is a display of his strong personal style to the extreme. Steven Spielberg nodded with a serious face. Wayne is more ambitious than we thought. He doesn't want to win the recognition of the Academy with a mediocre work and rely on off-site factors. He kept his promise. This film is like a display of learning results, or the extreme of his unique personal style. As the two talked, the applause gradually subsided. Unlike all of Wayne's previous works, the overly strong personal style obviously made most of the audience still immersed in the rough ending of the shots, so the applause this time was far less than the premiere of his other films. After seeing Wayne leading the main creative staff to bow out, the fans lined up to leave. Some of the more excited young boys were still whispering about the plot, while the girls who came to watch the premiere probably only remembered the handsome faces of the two male protagonists. Hello, can you spare a minute to help us fill out the questionnaire? Hello, can you? At almost every exit, there were 2 or 3 statisticians from a third-party survey company. This work is very important. The audience's word of mouth of the premiere may affect the amount of publicity and promotion resources invested by Warner Brothers in the future, and it is also related to the screening strategy of the theater company. Congratulations, Director Greenberg. The movie is very exciting. Thank you for coming to the premiere. Congratulations, Wayne. I have to say, this is a masterpiece. Wayne, who was shaking hands mechanically with a formulaic smile on his face, only realized when he heard the familiar voice that this was the father of Star Wars. He immediately shook his numb head and removed the formulaic smile. Oh, thank you, George. I'm really busy tonight. I'll invite you to play golf with me after I'm done with this period of time. George, if I were you, I would never play golf with him. Steven Spielberg shrugged and teased. Believe me, he only regards the golf course as a place to chat, and he will never swing a club. Wayne blinked at the 2 old men and said innocently, no, Steven, you can't just expose my past like this. For a while, the 3 of them laughed heartily at the scene, and the laughter attracted the attention of many people, and no one who didn't know how to look at them came up. These 3 people gathered together, and it can be said that they occupied most of the essence of Hollywood's great directors. All smart people know that when they talk and laugh with big figures in the circle, they don't have the same status, so it's best not to get close to them. Chapter 417. Because this is an R-rated movie. After the premiere, regardless of whether they really liked the movie or understood it, all the guests were saying the same congratulations. Even Wayne was wondering whether those who shook hands with him and said in a positive tone that the movie would definitely be a big hit could really understand what was so good about the movie. Of course, George Lucas and Steven Spielberg were definitely not among such people. Although the father of Star Wars seemed to have always been a technical commercial director, his understanding of movies was definitely not comparable to those actors. While Wayne and the other 2 were chatting and laughing, the audience and guests slowly left the huge screening room. Nina had been standing not far from her boss. She pushed her glasses, took 2 steps forward, and reminded softly, "Boss, it's time to go to the press conference. George, I'll go first. You guys can do whatever you want." Wayne nodded slightly, only to find that except for a few staff members, everyone else had left. "I will be very busy these days. When the promotion of The Departed is finished, we can find a time to have a good chat. You go ahead, and don't worry about us." George Lucas smiled and shook his head. He admired the film so much that he talked to him for a long time. Before leaving, The father of Star Wars seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around and looked at him again, and said, "You stood me up at the last alumni meeting. There is another one in August. If you have time, let's talk." Wayne was stunned and hurriedly said, "Okay, I will make arrangements in advance." When it comes to the Alumni Association of the University of Southern California, Los Angeles, there are undoubtedly countless celebrities, but if you want to select who is the most active in participating in the activities of his alma mater, it must be George Lucas. This old man has always maintained the habit of making large donations to USC. It can be said that he is simply spending a lot of money in this regard. He vaguely remembered reading a report that after the father of Star Wars sold Lucasfilm, he directly donated a building to his alma mater. Looking at the backs of George Lucas and Steven Spielberg leaving, Wayne suddenly remembered his teacher, Professor Anderson Horowitz, who, despite the strange looks of other professors, firmly believed that he was a genius. Regardless of whether the other party was of the same race, Professor Horowitz did take good care of him during the more than 3 years he was on campus. If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking at night in brocade clothes. What? Nina was about to remind him again, and suddenly heard this muttering, and asked curiously, "Is this Chinese?" Wayne turned around, and took her to the second floor, with a barely perceptible reminiscence on his face. It should be considered, but who knows, if what I said is accurate now? Did Nami go to the hotel banquet hall? Yes, she didn't feel comfortable watching the movie, so she went to the cocktail party first. Yes, since graduation, he has been busy all the time, busy shooting a movie that will allow him to gain a foothold in Hollywood, busy promoting it, and busy making the next plan. It was like a vicious circle. In the process, he gained a lot of wealth and a world-renowned name. If the fantasy of being on the Hollywood Walk of Fame was fulfilled as it was when he first met Naomi Watts, then it would have undoubtedly been fulfilled. But he was so busy that he forgot to go back to see his teacher. Wayne felt that Professor Horowitz would be very proud of his achievements. "Why are you here? Are you waiting for me?" Before he arrived at the room where the premiere press conference was held, Wayne saw Jennifer Connelly. This woman was very low-key today. "Yes, I'm waiting for you." The moment the woman saw him, it was as if she had found her backbone and took 2 quick steps to greet him. What happened? The other party's state was obviously not normal. Wayne asked curiously, then observed the woman's expression and suddenly realized, "Isn't this your first time facing the media? You are nervous?" Her current performance reminded people of Naomi Watts' nervousness when she attended the premiere of Get Out. Wayne has always observed women very carefully in this aspect. Jennifer Connelly looked at him, shook her head vigorously at first, then nodded immediately, and took a deep breath beside him. "I'm a little nervous, Wayne. This is my first time to see such a big media scene." Although she has participated in many movies, when she saw the dozens of media and hundreds of reporters crowded together at the press conference, she suddenly realized that what she had seen before was just a small scene. It doesn't matter. The main firepower of the media will not be concentrated on you. Wayne gently squeezed her hand, and without waiting for her to answer, he pushed open the door and walked in. Jennifer Connelly smiled bitterly. This sentence seemed to be comforting her, but in fact it could be regarded as cold neglect. That's right, the main firepower of the media will never be placed on her vase. They have too many targets to find, and it's not her turn. Wayne was greeted by a flashing flash, and the sound of clicking continued until he sat down in the prepared position, without any intention of stopping. "Okay, sorry to have kept you waiting." Without waiting for the host to speak, he reached out and tapped the microphone in front of him twice, speaking to the hundreds of reporters crowded together in front of the long table, and then nodded to the staff supporting the press conference. After the host announced the official start of the press conference, a reporter impatiently asked Wayne a question. "Director Greenberg, can you talk about the scale of this film? The 150-minute The Departed is full of violence, blood, and foul language. The scale of some shots is simply testing the limits of human tolerance." Ha. Before he finished asking his question, Wayne interrupted the other party directly. The audience chooses movies to watch, and movies also choose their audience groups. Some people love it, and some people hate it. This is understandable. This reporter is obviously one of the people who are extremely disgusted after watching the movie. Wayne doesn't really care whether the question is tricky or not. The undisguised disgust on the other party's face is the key to his interruption. This question is very simple. At this moment, Wayne leaned forward, approached the microphone, looked at the reporter with an oppressive look, and said, "Because this is an R-rated movie, an 18+ R-rated movie. Next question." After saying that, he didn't even look at the reporter who asked the question, but turned to look at other people. It can be seen that the reporter wanted to continue asking questions, but his colleagues did not give him this opportunity, and another voice rang out. Director Greenberg, there has been news that the goal of this film The Departed is Oscar. During the filming of the film, you also admitted this yourself. May I ask, has the goal of the film changed now? Without waiting for Wayne to speak, the host heard another sensitive question, and immediately turned on the microphone and said, "I want to remind everyone that Wayne will not answer questions related to anything other than the content of the film. We have already. It doesn't matter." Wayne waved his hand to the host and said without hesitation, "Yes, The Departed will participate in the Oscars in March next year. I'm also confident that the film will achieve good results." As soon as his voice fell, the host directly called a reporter in the front row this time. This is a reporter from the Los Angeles Times who has a close relationship with Warner Brothers. This time the question is finally not sensitive. The reporter targeted one of the male protagonists. "Mr. Bell, this is your second consecutive collaboration with director Greenberg. Can you talk about the filming?" The reporter's questions followed one after another, and most of them were given to the two male protagonists in the movie. This is the normal rhythm of the premiere press conference. Although there are occasionally some tricky questions, they are all dealt with by several people. Some reporters were obviously not satisfied with a peaceful press conference. They tried to turn their attention to Wayne several times, wanting to ask some more eye-catching information, but the host saw the signs in advance and controlled the rhythm of the press conference very well. Director Greenberg, what are your expectations for the first weekend box office of The Departed? At the end of the press conference, a reporter asked this question as usual. Even though he knew what kind of answer he would give, it is always one of the most eye-catching reports. "I'm confident that The Departed will be the box office champion this weekend." Just as the main creators of the crew were attending the premiere press conference, a cocktail party for The Departed was taking place in the hotel lobby not far from the Hollywood Chinese Theater. Whether they were guests who came to the platform because of the relationship with the main creators of the crew, or invited by Warner Brothers, they were all dressed neatly and held red wine or champagne and started socializing. This is one of the representatives of the violent aesthetics in black films, and it is also the culmination of Wayne's personal style. In a corner of the hotel banquet hall, Todd McCarthy held a glass of champagne and spoke to several colleagues about his views. The realistic shooting technique carries occult attributes that Wayne is best at, as well as the essence of black films at the master level. Don't care about the blood and foul language. It is precisely because of the existence of these things that the struggle of human nature is laid bare in front of us. All of this has made this typical Greenberg style The Departed. Not far behind this group of film critics, Naomi Watts and Bruce Rosenblum stood together. The two of them clearly heard the views of the famous film critic. Even though the Australian actress didn't like this film at all, when she heard these compliments for Wayne, she was still very happy, and unconsciously, a smile appeared on her face. Chapter 418, A Serious Sermon to Wayne. Todd McCarthy is a special columnist for The Hollywood Reporter, and one of the representatives of the middle-aged film critics. Bruce Rosenblum noticed that Naomi Watts' mouth corners were raised, and she smiled unconsciously. He said with a smile, his film reviews are usually known for being sarcastic, but whenever Wayne's new movie is released, he will be like a different person. His film reviews are mostly praises. It is well known that Todd McCarthy is a diehard fan of Wayne. "I know him." Naomi Watts rolled her eyes. She knew that Wayne had a very good relationship with this executive, so she asked without any concealment, "Warner Brothers must have paid a lot of public relations fees to get this well-known film critic to praise Wayne's movies every time." As early as 3 or 4 years ago, when the Australian actress was chatting with Wayne, she heard him comment on the group of film critics. In the man's mouth, This is a group of leeches sucking blood from the production company. After talking so much, she gradually understood the truth. No, you guessed wrong. Bruce Resembling suddenly grinned. It seemed that, if the occasion was not wrong, he would bend over with laughter. Naomi, if Wayne knew that you had no confidence in him, he would be heartbroken. Naomi Watts raised her eyebrows and said nonchalantly, really? Are you sure that man will be sad for a woman? Don't be funny, Bruce. No one knows him better than me. You know, there was a time, including me, when he looked at women as if they were pets or toys. The head of distribution of Warner Brothers was stagnant and shrugged helplessly. He certainly knew what kind of man Wayne was. He was a typical Hollywood boss. He never refused any woman. At most, he had a good reputation in this regard, and would definitely do what he promised to a woman. Over the years, he has seen many bigwigs with similar styles of behavior. Kevin Tsujihara, who has been promoted to CEO of Time Warner Group, is like this, and now Jeff Robinov is also like this, and even he is the same. Naomi, I can see that you are the most special to Wayne, and you are also the mother of his child. This is very important, isn't it? Aha. Naomi Watts nodded, obviously not denying this. She looked at the film critics not far away again and asked, you just said that I guessed wrong. Where is it wrong? Bruce Resembling put away his smile, picked up the glass, and took a big sip. It's very simple. Although Warner Brothers has public relations for Todd McCarthy, it can't let him praise Wayne so generously. So, he really likes this The Departed, not because of our public relations. Do you like it? The group of film critics were still discussing the film. Most of them praised Wayne highly, and these nice words were also transmitted to Naomi Watts' ears without missing a word. Everyone likes to hear compliments, even if it's not for herself. The Australian actress also likes to hear them, but in her heart, there is still a trace of doubt. Listening to the opinions of these so-called professional film critics, it is obvious that they are very optimistic about Wayne in The Departed. However, Naomi Watts also watched the movie from beginning to end, and even the creator of the movie occasionally explained it. But apart from the Greenberg style dark style that can be seen at a glance, she really didn't see anything special. If there is anything special, it is that it is far beyond the scale of Wayne's previous works. The scale of blood, violence, foul language, etc. is very large. The second half of the film made her feel a little disgusted and disgusted. She had read the original script of The Departed a long time ago. At least from the script written by Wayne, the scale shown is much smaller than that in the movie. After watching the movie, she found that the whole story was handled roughly and directly. It can only be said that the picture is always more shocking than the text. Naomi Watts really wanted to know what other women thought, but the words of these people at the cocktail party were obviously not true. They only praised the film. So she raised her head, looked at Bruce Resembling seriously, and asked, Bruce, is this film really that good? To be honest, this is my least favorite of Wayne's works. Unexpectedly, Bruce Resembling actually nodded. Naomi, I don't like this film either. Wayne's extreme production method in The Departed is destined to have a crisis of polarized word of mouth for this film. However, this does not prevent me from recognizing the greatness of this film from a professional perspective. The Australian actress burst out laughing and teased, maybe, the reason why those people praise the film is more or less polite. This thought did not last for a few seconds. When she found that Wayne's figure came to the door of the banquet hall among the crew members, then almost most of the guests in the banquet hall surrounded him again. Everyone was praising the film, and saying similar blessings. The most common phrase in the crowd was that this was a stunning masterpiece, which forced Naomi Watts to overturn her own judgment. The lights on the scene were very bright, and she observed very clearly that most of the people in the industry who came forward to congratulate her had smiles on their faces, but they were definitely not polite smiles. Since everyone was saying this movie was undoubtedly a masterpiece. You are a very smart woman, Nami. Bruce Resembling was also looking at the crowd, which was centered on Wayne, and became the center of the entire banquet hall. This movie was not made for female audiences at all. It's normal that you can't find the beauty and excitement in it. Not only the female group, I believe there will be many male audiences who will not like this movie either. Naomi Watts was waiting for the crowd to disperse, intending to wait until the greetings were over before going over. Hey, Bruce, didn't you just say that you didn't like this movie either? Don't get me confused. I don't like the way this story is presented, but I love The Departed to death. Bruce Rosenblum smiled very brightly. In other words, I love every step of Wayne's movies. Don't forget, I'm the main person in charge of all his film distribution work. Almost every movie that sells well can bring me great results. I believe that this movie will become a carnival for some fans, and it is very likely to be regarded as a classic in this type of movie by black film fans. It will also bring me a lot of results. His words are very realistic. As an executive of Warner Brothers, outstanding performance means a large amount of generous bonuses. In his eyes, movies have never been related to art, but simply a product of business. The two of them have been chatting leisurely on the side, but Wayne is very busy here. There are many people who come up to say hello. He must deal with them all decently under Nina's prompting. The ultimate goal of The Departed is still the Oscar statuette, which is destined. He cannot ignore any member of the Academy with voting rights, representatives of every major media, and every big and small film critic. It seems that all practitioners in this circle have artistic attributes, but 90% of them are equally realistic behind the scenes. Here, if you think that you can get everything you want by making a good movie, that is a pure childish idea. The Departed is different from all his previous movies. In this film, he does not only want the market. If he wants to gain something in professional awards, he must consider the professional ratings represented by film critics and the publicity channels represented by authoritative media. Just like the well-known film critics in front of him, Todd McCarthy has his own column in The Hollywood Reporter, Kenneth Turan has his own position in Los Angeles Times, and another relatively unfamiliar David Denby is a signed board of The New Yorker. Wayne, I don't like your Happy Death Day and the Clown. David Denby, who just met through Todd McCarthy's introduction, talked freely with a glass of champagne. He looked at the young man next to him who could be called a master, and felt quite serious. Let's not talk about the immature shooting techniques of Happy Death Day. Clown Terror was made purely for commercial purposes. You shouldn't shoot that kind of thing. It's wasting your precious creative period. Since the 1990s, there are not many directors with such a distinctive shooting style in Hollywood. Among these few, you are the one who has the greatest potential to achieve the greatest success. I have carefully watched every step of your work before. Almost all of them are making great strides. Movie fans all over the world need a director with a unique personal style like you. At this time, although Wayne had a smile on his face, he was already a little impatient in his heart, but he still raised his glass and signaled to the other party. Thank you for your compliment. To be honest, he didn't have any good feelings towards the group of film critics. Except for Todd McCarthy and Kenneth Turan in Los Angeles, he didn't like film critics in other cities. In the past few years, many of these people had been bad-mouthed by public relations. The reason why Roger Ebert, who was far away in Chicago, was hated by him from the bottom of his heart was because of his condescending and preaching temperament. Now the much younger film critic in front of him also had a similar preaching temperament. Wayne. Obviously, in David Denby's eyes, this young Hollywood director was not as difficult to talk to as the outside world said. You have found your own way in Hollywood and even the world with your extreme dark style. Keep going. Don't let all the fans think that Hollywood can only produce popcorn like an assembly line. Also, you did a great job on this film. Don't pay too much attention to the box office results. Art is always. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Warner Brothers. Gift. Facing the preaching of David Denby and other film critics, Wayne kept frowning and perfunctory. He couldn't argue with them at this point in time. Keeping silent was the best way now. When the crowd dispersed, Naomi Watts and Bruce Rosenblum just came over. Before they could say a few words, an old Jewish man wearing a relatively conservative tuxedo suit and with a white Mediterranean hair walked towards them with a black woman and another white old man. Now in the banquet hall, countless people were looking in this direction intentionally or unintentionally. This low-key and special combination attracted the attention of many people. It's Frank Pearson, the president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The woman behind is Cheryl Boone Isaacs, who is very likely to be the next president of the Academy. This African woman is quite extraordinary. I don't have any information about the other man. The three people who came towards them were obviously targeting them. Nina approached Wayne and whispered quickly in his ear, "Wayne, you want an Oscar statuette, so Warner Brothers will not wait until the award season to do the work." Bruce Rosenblum reached out his hand and gently patted his shoulder. "This is what Jeff and I prepared for you. It will be of great benefit to the departed's Oscar journey." After saying that, he took 2 steps forward and greeted the 3 people who came over with their glasses. After saying hello, he introduced them to each other enthusiastically. "Wayne, this is Mr. Pearson. He came here specially today to attend your premiere." "Hello, Mr. Pearson." Wayne showed a slightly reserved smile, took the initiative to extend his right hand, and shook hands with the old man with white hair and beard. "Thank you very much for coming specially to attend the premiere of my new film." The president of the Academy smiled and shook hands with Wayne and deliberately raised his left hand and patted Wayne's arm. "The film is very well made. I personally like The Departed very much." Wayne had seen this kind of smile countless times since he entered Hollywood. It was obvious that the old man regarded him as one of his own people. It seemed that even without deliberately showing it, he should be able to leave enough good impression on the other party this time. "Thank you. Oh, damn, I remember it now." While talking and laughing, Wayne raised his hand and patted his forehead in the surprised eyes of several people, showing a look of sudden enlightenment, and looked at the old man next to him with admiration. "It's Dog Day Afternoon and Blood on Wheels. I hope I remembered the names of the movies correctly." When the names of the 2 movies came out of his mouth, he keenly discovered that the Jewish old man's smile became even brighter. No one doesn't like to hear compliments, and the compliments that the old predecessors like most are undoubtedly to praise their past glory, even if everyone knows that they are out of date. Coincidentally, he had watched these classic old movies with old Greenberg, so he pretended to blurt out the names of these movies at the first time. There are very few young people now who like to watch old movies. Frank Pearson raised his glass and took a big sip of champagne. He smiled and said curiously, "I'm surprised that you have watched these 2 movies. I have been watching movies non-stop since I was a child. The videotapes almost fill the storage room at home." Wayne shrugged and opened his hands to make an exaggerated gesture. "It's a coincidence that these 2 movies were specially recommended to me by my father. I remember them very clearly. He really watched all these classic movies from the 1970s and 1980s. In the special growing environment, his childhood was completely immersed in the ocean of old movies, so these were not lies, but just some subtle compliments." Almost every old movie that Wayne had watched, he would remember the names of the movie directors or the names of those famous screenwriters. After so many years, even if he only had a little impression, he remembered it after the reminder just now. "We are old now, and you are doing very well now." The old man waved his hand and pointed to the rest area, leading the way. Since the 1980s, Steven Spielberg has been like a dazzling sun, achieving great success before anyone could react. After entering the 1990s, you have done better than Steven and succeeded much faster. Young man, you should know that many people are watching you. Some things will be yours in the end, even if you don't fight for them deliberately. There will be no surprises. Since entering this circle, more than one Jewish old man has said similar things to him. As his achievements become more and more brilliant, he is bound to attract more attention, and he himself is very clear about this. But the meaning of these old men is very clear, and the subtext is that it doesn't matter if he fails this time, he will have the little golden man sooner or later. But he doesn't like this uncertain waiting. According to his current situation, he guessed that in his previous life, old Martin must have received similar promises, but in the end, he did get the little golden man. But too many years had passed. The old man continued to talk about this topic. Except for Wayne, everyone present showed obvious happy smiles. Even Naomi Watts and Nina understood how much weight these words had when they came from the president of the academy. The African American woman sitting next to Frank Pearson kept pretending to be casual after hearing what the old man said and kept observing Wayne. Obviously, the woman was very interested in him, but she didn't say a word. I like the story of The Departed. Frank Pearson talked about the movie again, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. In this story, good and evil play each other, and the two protagonists also perform quite well. They wear masks and appear in front of people around them. This mask is extremely opposite to their true self. They may go to destruction at any time, and what destroys them may be internal pressure, or people who betray them. The longer they wear the mask, the more they identify with the group they infiltrate, and even desire to be appreciated by this group. If you want to play a gangster well, then you have to live in the way of the gangster. If you want to play a policeman well, then you have to fight crime with justice. I like your design of the ending of the film, which is abrupt, but in line with the laws of reality. This is not a Hollywood ending, but it directly makes people feel absurd and refreshing. When Billy died suddenly, the tension of the film became stronger in an instant, because Colin's false identity is likely to become his real identity in the future. I gave you the wrong address, but you rushed to the right place. When saying this line, Frank Pearson whistled unpretentiously, and his love was not concealed at all. This is the most thrilling part. It embodies the dilemma of the undercover agent and the guilt of betrayal. It was obvious that the old man really watched the movie very seriously. Even though he was invited by Warner Brothers, he was not perfunctory at all. Frank, your appreciation makes me more confident in this movie. Wayne raised his glass at the right time and clinked it with the happy old man. Hey, Frank, since you like this movie, then Wayne's other movies must also suit your taste. Bruce Rosenblum smiled and winked at Wayne. Oh, sorry, before this, I only watched the movie Joker. Frank Pearson said apologetically. It doesn't matter. The Warner Brothers executive who was waiting for this sentence immediately said happily, we have copies of all Wayne's films. Tomorrow, I will have the staff send them to you. Believe me, the original copies of Warner Brothers must be much better than the videotapes on the market. It can be said that he was busy all night. This was Bruce Rosenblum's real purpose. Even a fool knew that Warner Brothers sent out more than just copies of movies in the name of borrowing or appreciation. Now I'm also interested in Wayne's other films. Frank Pearson smiled and nodded, and stood up, and gestured to the man who accompanied him. The man took out a business card from his jacket pocket. This business card was very special. There was no introduction to the title or position on it. There was only a name and 2 phone numbers. Nina took the business card solemnly with both hands, and then handed the man a personal business card of Wayne. Kid, you can call me when you have time. If you are willing to listen to the old man's nagging, you can ask me to play a game of ball. The Jewish old man patted Wayne's shoulder again. It seemed that he had a very good impression of him today. Obviously, his deliberately pretended humility won the great favor of this old senior. No problem. Wayne nodded slightly with reserve and said with a smile, you know, I need your experience. I will definitely ask you to play ball when I have time. After a brief contact, Wayne led a few people out of the rest area. While walking, he looked at Bruce Rosenblum and said in a low voice, this time, thanks to you and Jeff. He understood how difficult it would be to invite such a big man among the old guys. Don't think that Frank Pearson is like an old gentleman now and think that this person must be easy to talk to. If Warner Brothers doesn't give anything to an old guy like this, it's almost hard to get them to express their position. For example, the movie copy just mentioned is definitely not just a movie copy. Since there is a movie copy, does it need to have projection equipment? It's definitely not enough to have equipment. The viewing environment must also be good. Finally, a brand new and luxurious small home screening room will appear unknowingly. Chapter 420 Turning the Pencil. Wayne never thinks that he is a dollar and can be loved by everyone anytime and anywhere. These academy bosses who are well dressed and polite in front of others are almost all old assholes behind the scenes, and everyone in the circle knows this. When Warner Brothers invited this old guy, it was destined that he would lean towards his position. The rest is nothing more than leaving enough good impression on the other party to avoid voting with their feet. There are many members of the academy, most of whom are still old. It is almost impossible for them to have the energy to take time out to watch every candidate film. So what is the voting standard for the Academy members? Turning pencils. Yes, it is the famous turning pencils, which is the voting with feet that has been rumored in the circle. The key is that these old men can no longer influence the Hollywood market, but they have a great influence on professional awards in the circle. They don't turn pencils themselves, but the voting results they turn out can also affect the choices of a large part of the population. Of course, turning pencils is just a general term, and some people are used to using darts. This special selection method has also created the glory of public relations companies. Even if the Academy members vote with their feet, they will most likely choose a film title that is familiar to them. As for how to make their films familiar to these people, it is the main job of the public relations company. Therefore, many times, the best films in people's hearts are not the biggest winners at the Oscars. Boss, that black woman has been observing you all the time. After leaving the rest area for a distance, Nina frowned, looked behind her again, and said, "That look makes people very uncomfortable." Naomi Watts hugged Wayne's arm, winked at a few people playfully, and teased, "Wayne, it seems that she is also a big shot in the Academy. It should be easy to please her. You just need to sacrifice your appearance. I swear, that African American must think so too." Wayne took out a cigarette and lit it, rolling his eyes. "Naomi, my bottom line is not that low." At this time, in a corner not far from them, a woman was covering her mouth and talking to the phone about what she saw. Her movements were full of caution, and she kept observing the surroundings from time to time. Yes, I'm sure it was Frank Pearson, the president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. They talked for about 20 minutes and seemed to be having a very happy conversation. Yes, the person next to Wayne is Bruce Rosenblum. It seems that Warner Brothers is going to do its best to help him this time. After this, the other end of the phone fell silent. The woman was not in a hurry, so she just held up the phone and waited quietly. A media group fully mobilized its media resources to help a director win an Oscar. Anyone in the industry would understand what this meant. The influence that a media group can create is far from comparable to that of a small public relations company. It is simply the difference between heaven and earth. When a media group wants to make an effort, the plans formulated by the company's internal distribution department are definitely not comparable to those of public relations companies. The phone remained silent for about 2 minutes, and finally, a male voice came through. "Are there any other people present?" "Yes, the situation is worse than expected." The woman looked in the direction of the Jewish old man again, and finally confirmed that she was not mistaken, and then said, "There is also an African American woman at the scene, Cheryl Boone Isaacs. Frank Pearson should have brought her here on purpose." "Okay, I know." The phone was hung up with a click. The woman looked around and found that no one noticed her. She put the phone in her briefcase, got up and hurriedly left the hotel banquet hall. She knew the black woman. In Hollywood, where male power prevails, the other party's gender and skin are so eye-catching. On the surface, her identity is just responsible for the public relations work of the Academy of Motion Picture Sciences and Arts, but in fact her personal ability is stronger than many male elites. The most favorable proof is her brilliant work experience outside the Academy. She was the vice president of global publicity and administration of the Hollywood giant Paramount, and then served as the film marketing manager of New Line Cinema. For example, the famous Forrest Gump and Braveheart were all her publicity tasks. The most important thing is that she will most likely be the first vice president of the next Academy Council, which means a lot of things. Not only does it mean that she has a very big say within the Academy, but it also indicates that she is very likely to become the first female black Academy president in history. If Warner Brothers impresses Frank Pearson and also gets in touch with Cheryl Boone Isaacs, it will definitely be a nightmare for everyone who is interested in Oscars this year. On the night of the large-scale premiere of The Departed, it was not just Disney and the people related to Ransom Storm who couldn't sleep. There was also a fat man who had just talked to a woman who had been paying attention to the news of the film. That's right, it was Harvey Weinstein. In order to win awards and avoid the influence of The Departed, he has arranged the release date of The English Patient to November, the off-season of the North American theater market. Miramax invested more than $27 million in The English Patient. The production style of this film is a typical standard homework written for the purpose of winning an Oscar. If it were not for the bonus of Oscar's marketing ability, the pressure on this film to recover its costs would be huge. Obviously, their main competitor is Wayne's The Departed, so when the film premiered, Harvey Weinstein sent someone to observe the film closely because it was inconvenient to be on site. After hanging up the phone, the last light of Miramax went out a few minutes later, and a tall and fat figure walked out of the company and got into the car. "Don't go home yet." After sitting in the back seat of the car, Harvey Weinstein's hoarse voice sounded. "Find the nearest theater." Yes, he finally decided to see for himself what kind of movie this The Departed is that can make Wayne vow to use it to hit the little golden man. The car drove not far and stopped in front of a King's chain theater in Burbank. Harvey Weinstein silently bought a ticket for the advance show and entered the screening room at the prompt of the theater staff. The movie should be about to start. As soon as he entered the screening room, he observed the attendance rate under the dim light. A theater with a capacity of 150 people was less than 1/3 full at this time. Seeing this situation, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, this is an out-and-out R-rated film. Harvey Weinstein understands that, although the Theater Alliance boldly gave more than 3,000 advance screenings, the fans of R-rated films can only be considered a small part of the population, and there is absolutely no possibility of creating an influence like Batman. When the movie officially started, he observed the number of viewers again. It was indeed less than 1/3 full. 90% were young people in their 20s, and almost no one was chatting loudly. The rhythm of the film has been obviously slowed down, but it is not to explore human nature, but to show violence and foul language. When the movie was halfway through, Harvey Weinstein frowned and whispered to himself. Compared with Wayne's previous works, the biggest change of this film, in addition to the sky-high scale, is that the narrative rhythm has slowed down a bit. The reactions of the audience around were also different. Some people watched with great interest and were reluctant to leave the big screen for a second. There were also a small number of people who also frowned and forced themselves to watch. In the minds of most ordinary movie fans, the wonderfulness of this film is beyond doubt, but the way of expression is not acceptable to everyone. To put it bluntly, this is not a purely commercial film that is aimed at the market. To explain the growth environment of the two male protagonists, the narrative rhythm will inevitably be slowed down. However, the reason why this film can attract audiences and stay up late at night to watch the advanced screening must be due to Wayne's own fame and the appeal of the three male protagonists. Now is the hottest summer season in the North American film market. After all, most audiences are willing to go to the cinema just to see exciting large-scale violent scenes, and Wayne has proved more than once that these are what he is best at. Although the film is somewhat different from what the audience imagines, and some people even feel that they can't accept it, no one will think that this The Departed is not worth going to the cinema to watch. Everyone can see that the quality of the film is absolutely excellent, but the audience this time has obviously become smaller. Harvey Weinstein is a professional after all. What he sees is much more profound than ordinary movie fans, so his face was quite ugly until the end of the film. I have to say, Wayne, in this style of film, you have reached the level of master. Before getting up and leaving the theater, he shook his huge head and gave his own evaluation in a low voice. In the early days, he mainly made low-cost B-level films, and he also had a sharp eye that surpassed most producers in the circle. Of course, he would not fail to see the highlights in the film. But competitors are competitors. Everything can be ignored in front of the green dollars. After walking out of the theater and refusing to fill in the questionnaire, he left the theater in deep thought. The long night of Los Angeles gradually passed. When the sun climbed up the sky again, Greenberg Manor also woke up at the same time. Two gardeners began to push the lawnmower to trim the lawn. The security personnel were changing shifts, and the sound of tinkling was heard in the kitchen. Large-scale violence, blood, and temptations against human nature. Can Wayne Greenberg not make a good movie without these? Yesterday, our reporter attended the premiere of Wayne Greenberg's new film The Departed. Some shots seemed to be deliberately probing. The report in the newspaper was obviously a topic of criticism, but Naomi Watts deliberately raised her voice to read it. Did you hear that? Boy, not everyone is praising you. I applaud this media that dares to speak the truth. Chapter 421, Polarized Reputation Among Fans. Nami, don't judge a movie based on your likes and dislikes. With a click, Wayne leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Without even looking at the pile of newspapers and magazines on the coffee table, he took a big sip of coffee, raised his wrist to check the time, and asked, Nina, haven't you come yet? Not yet, but it should be soon. The assistant pushed her glasses and shook her head gently. There's still time. Do you want to eat something first? Wayne crossed his legs and looked at the bright sunshine outside the French window. Forget it, I don't have much appetite. While the few people were talking, the housekeeper Hella came down from upstairs, dragging a huge suitcase in her hand. Just like countless trips in the past, Wayne's personal belongings all had to pass through the housekeeper's hands, and then Nina would arrange them when they were used. This time, the promotion activities of The Departed will be carried out by Wayne and the crew. It is expected to take 2 weeks to fly over major cities in North America and then fly directly to Europe. Here is David Denby's film review. Do you want to listen to it? Naomi Watts leaned against Wayne, shook the New Yorker in her hand, and then pointed the newspaper at the baby carriage beside her, saying mischievously, look, little Fendi, your father's movie is out again. Do you want to listen to it? Do you want your mother to read it to you? Hey, she can't understand it now. Wayne rolled his eyes and glanced at his daughter, who was playing with her fingers in the baby carriage. In an instant, he felt his heart melted. The little girl widened her eyes and grinned at her father. The Australian actress ignored the sweet interaction between the father and daughter and deliberately cleared her throat. The Departed is a Greenberg-style film from beginning to end. Here, I would like to remind the fans who plan to watch the film that we cannot ignore the religious aspect of most Greenberg-style films, otherwise there will be a lack of understanding. In this film, Greenberg maintained his consistent realistic style. From the rough documentary of the fight at the beginning and Castro's narration, we can clearly experience the unique immigrant culture of Boston in North America, and bring out the regional and social descriptions of racial conflicts, gangs, violence and other characters. Here I want to emphasize that realism is not necessarily close to reality. It should be said that it is more realistic than other styles, but no matter how close a movie is to reality, it does not mean that it is good. Similarly, the lack of sensationalism and melancholy does not mean that a movie is bad. To measure whether an art form or artistic style is outstanding, we cannot just look at how many eye-catching skills and creativity it has, but whether it can become the most appropriate form and style to reflect a specific theme and content, thereby reflecting its value. Let's think about it. What story style can better express Greenberg-style gangsters than realism? Like Quentin Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs, The Departed is a stylized gangster movie, and the dialogues of the characters are as violent as their actions. The taste of the whole film is violence, cruel and tragic. Such a tonality is extremely honest and formal aesthetics, close to the purpose of this film, on the edge of reality in the eyes of ordinary people. So in fact, the characters' foul language is more faithful to themselves, rather than vulgarity for vulgarity. It has to be said that this is a typical violent aesthetic gangster film. Francis Ford Coppola's The Godfather taught many people how to be a man, and Wayne Greenberg's The Departed tells you how cruel the struggle between men is. As a conscientious production that everyone is looking forward to this summer, Wayne Greenberg did not disappoint people. This The Departed can be scored 9 points here. I recommend all gangster film lovers, or all men, to go to the cinema to watch this great work. Missing The Departed will be your biggest loss this summer. David Denby. Wow. The assistant exclaimed exaggeratedly, looked at Wayne, and raised her eyebrows, teasing, boss, see, you patiently accepted the guidance of this film critic, which really helped a lot. In my memory, David Denby rarely gave such a high score to a movie, right? What's more, he strongly recommended your movie to movie fans. Until now, Nina still remembered the scene last night when the famous film critic was at the cocktail party, talking endlessly about how to make a movie for his boss. Although it seemed ironic to outsiders, the effect was exceptionally good. Look, early this morning, the film critic began to praise it impatiently. In fact, the two women present knew that, if it were not for the professional score of The Departed during the awards season, Wayne would definitely not bother to listen to the other party's chatter. To be honest, let alone a small film critic, there are not many people in the whole world who can teach him about filmmaking. He can hold his nose and listen to the other party's self-satisfied conversation for a long time, which is already a very compromised result. Okay, although I need them to speak well of me now. Wayne shook his head and put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray. But, in my heart, I still haven't changed my opinion of them. All along, in his heart, he has never valued or recognized the profession of film critics. These people have their own newspaper columns, recommending movies to fans in the name of guiding the film industry, but in fact, they can't guide anyone. The art that this group usually recognizes is almost contrary to the general fans, as if they don't do this, they can't reflect their unique art. A group of only a few hundred people in North America, can they represent the real needs of fans? They can't. A group of people who only watch movies and then use sarcastic language to attract attention, can they guide movie directors? They can't either. Wayne has never been very interested in this group, because he knows that in a dozen years, this group will disappear in the internet wave, and it will be difficult for them to have the right to speak as much as they do now. When ordinary people can find a way to speak out, everyone can express their opinions, and everyone will be a film critic. The internet will tear off the last fig leaf of this group. Click, click, click. The sound of the fax machine sounded at the right time. Before Nina could react, Naomi Watts stood up and walked over. The statistics that Wayne had been waiting for all morning finally came. Compared to those empty reviews and media reports, this is what he cares about most. Yes, the statistics sent by Warner Brothers. After being together for so long, Naomi Watts understood what Wayne cared about most. After sitting back on the sofa, she immediately looked at the fax paper and read it. Warner Brothers commissioned a third-party survey company to distribute a total of 20,000 questionnaires last night. The returned questionnaires showed that the approval rate of the advanced screening audience last night was 78%, and the overall audience rating was A. The Australian actress' voice became lower and lower. She looked up and secretly observed Wayne's face. She found that he did not reveal obvious dissatisfaction, but just relit a cigarette, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The reason is very simple. The Departed is the lowest word of mouth among all Wayne's works after his first film Happy Death Day. His movies have always relied on strong storytelling and audience sympathy. Even if there are large-scale shots, many audiences have never expressed dissatisfaction. Let's talk about the box office first. Wayne leaned back on the sofa and said, "Did the box office performance meet expectations?" The three major theater chains, led by AMC, Monarch Theaters and Artists Theater Chain, opened about 3,200 advanced screenings for The Departed. According to preliminary statistics, the film earned about $6.54 million in North America, which has exceeded the $5.5 million expected by Warner Brothers. Well, not bad. Wayne nodded slightly. Although he knew that the advance box office was affected by many factors outside the venue, this number at least guaranteed that the first day box office of the film would not be too bad. It's much higher than I expected. Starting this morning, the film was officially released on a large scale. In North America, most of the fans who were able to enter the theater last night were probably fans of the three male protagonists and supporters of Wayne's own fan organization. This group of people who are willing to watch the movie in advance will surely not be willing to give the film too low a score, so this statistical report can only be used as a reference. The specific market potential of the film can only be seen after the first day box office is released. Seeing that he was relatively satisfied, Naomi Watts breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she could not help but guess that Wayne's market expectations for this film, which was mainly intended for Oscars, should not be as high as those of his other works. What are the other specific statistics? The Australian actress quickly looked at the facts again and continued. Warner Brothers distribution department analyzed that there is a trend of polarization in the audience's reputation for The Departed. They specifically checked the opinions of fans in multiple questionnaires. Polarization? Wayne helplessly spit out a large cloud of green smoke. He had expected this result. After all, the scale of the film was there, and there must be some fans who could not accept it. Yes, according to the questionnaires collected, about 78% of the fans gave the film a score of A or above, and the rest, more than 15%, gave the film a score of C or below. The Warner Brothers distribution department analyzed that this is a typical case of loving the film to death and not loving it, even because of the excessive scale of the film, and feeling disgusted. Chapter 422 is definitely not comparable to Ransom Storm. Now is the most enthusiastic summer season in North America. Now that the film has been released, no matter what the purpose of shooting it is, the first task must be to get as high a box office as possible. In the early stage of the film's release, the audience's word of mouth is the best representation of the market potential. They are the first-hand consumers and the ones who have the most say. Now that the film has shown signs of serious polarization of word of mouth, it means that there will still be a large number of ordinary fans who cannot accept such a story presentation. You know, the fans who were able to walk into the theater for the first time last night were either supporters of the main creative team or fans of this type of movie. They all gave such comments. After today's large-scale release, the fans' word of mouth will definitely continue to expand in this direction. Faced with such a situation, Wayne actually has no better way. Since he chose to make this film, such a risk has already existed. But there is another piece of good news. Seeing him fall into silent thinking, Naomi Watts continued, The Departed has a very good professional reputation. In the statistics of Warner Brothers this morning, it was found that most of the well-known film critics in North America gave this film very high ratings. The overwhelming professional reputation will help us compete for professional awards, right? That's true, but our primary consideration now is that the box office should not be too bad. Wayne took a long breath and said without hesitation, the good reviews of those film critics cannot be said to have no impact on the summer season, but it is definitely not as high as we imagined. Wayne actually has a rough idea of what the professional ratings are like, but that will only have a greater impact on the awards season 6 months later, and it does not mean much to the current box office. Some people in the industry may still be superstitious about professional ratings, but he is definitely not one of them. It is not obvious now, but it won't take too long. As long as 10 years pass, everyone will find out how limited the ratings are when they are separated from the audience. In fact, there are already many examples. Often, commercial science fiction films with poor professional ratings perform very well in the market, while good films praised by the film critics are frequently unpopular in the market. Just like 2000 years later, no production company will use professional ratings to measure market potential. This kind of rating method, that is out of touch with the public, is destined to not represent anything outside the award season. It's like a multiple choice question. If you choose the so-called professional rating, it is destined to be out of touch with the needs of ordinary movie fans, and the market is unpopular. Of course, there are films that have both professional reputation and fan reputation, and both awards and box office. There will be films every year, but there is a luck component in it. To achieve similar effects, it is not something that ordinary people can achieve by hard work. In fact, in Wayne's heart, he has already prepared for the performance of The Departed in the theater market. Just for the type of film, the North American box office and the world box office are definitely not comparable to his previous works. But he is still a little unwilling. In fact, no director is willing to see that his hard-shot works are not welcomed by more audiences in the theater market. Nina glanced at the watch on her wrist and whispered, "Boss, it's almost time. We should leave now." "Okay." Before leaving, Wayne came to the stroller, bent down and gently kissed the sleeping little guy, then looked up at Naomi Watts. "During the weeks when I'm out promoting, you should read the script of The Dark Knight. My personal suggestion is to let Hela help you find a teacher. This will be good for your future work. If necessary, I will." The Australian actress stood on tiptoe and kissed him gently on the face. Suddenly she remembered something and said, "Don't you want to know the advance box office of the competitor Ransom Storm? It's meaningless." Wayne waved his hand and turned to walk out of the living room. "Nami, the advance screenings of the two films are not equal. I don't have such high expectations for the box office of The Departed, but this is definitely not comparable to Ransom Storm. Perhaps he couldn't judge whether his highly stylized film could sell well, but he was extremely confident that with the advanced screenings of more than 2,000 and 2,200 theaters opening, it would be unlikely for Ransom Storm to compete with him in the first weekend box office. This era is indeed the era of Hollywood stars with the strongest appeal. Mel Gibson does have a high popularity, but it depends on who he is compared with. Since he has an undoubted advantage in terms of advanced screenings, opening scale, number of screens, main creative lineup, etc., how could he be defeated by the other party at the box office? The rest is nothing more than the quality of the film, which mainly depends on the director's skills. Ron Howard is a good director, but no one is stupid enough to put him in the same position as Wayne. Boss, aren't you worried at all that the other team's box office will surpass ours? The Rolls-Royce Silver Thor drove smoothly out of the manor and headed towards Los Angeles International Airport. On the way, Nina asked Wayne, who was resting with his eyes closed, curiously, well, if they want to surpass us in the first weekend box office, they need to find a way to get past Daisy first. That's right, in Wayne's mind, the first weekend is the strongest period for his film's box office, because the fans of the three male protagonists will go to the theater as soon as possible. The fan group viewing event organized by Daisy will start today and last for 3 days throughout the weekend, until the next working day. With the good reputation he has accumulated over the years, he believes that not only the die-hard fans of his fan organization, but also more passers-by fans will be curious and walk into the theater to buy tickets to watch the movie. Don't underestimate Warner Bros.'s propaganda that this is Wayne's last R-rated movie. The effect of sentiment often bursts out unimaginable enthusiasm for watching movies. The Rolls-Royce Silver Spur gradually went away and disappeared from Naomi Watts' sight. She returned to the living room humming an unknown music, first looked at her daughter's naughty sleeping posture, and then picked up the statistical report again. It was written very clearly that after the premiere of Ransom Storm last night, 2,200 advanced screenings were opened simultaneously across North America. According to the news received by Warner Bros. This morning, the box office was about $3.3 million. This action blockbuster initiated by Michael Ovitz, directed by Ron Howard, and starring Mel Gibson and Reen Russell, the announced production cost was $80 million. If the investment in the film's publicity and distribution is added, Disney's investment in this project will definitely not be less than $100 million. The box office results of the advanced screenings may not represent the box office after the film is officially released, but to a certain extent, it can reflect the popularity of the film in the early stage of its release. So Naomi Watts was relieved to open the data statistics. If nothing unexpected happens, this film will not compete with The Departed in the same period. If it wants to recover its costs in the theater market, it depends on the subsequent performance of the film and whether the audience will buy it. So, the Australian actress once again happily picked up the newspaper and read the media's praises to his father to the sleeping little guy who didn't understand anything. Regardless of whether the little guy could hear it or not, she hoped that her closest person would share this unparalleled joy and pride. The narrative rhythm of the film is slow, but it clearly explains the background of the two male protagonists. In particular, the film's description of the environment of the two little boys has a rare sense of cross-narrative detail in Wayne Greenberg's works. As for the Greenberg-style film element that fans expect, The Departed has them all. Whether it is the struggle of human nature, the discussion of social issues, the realism of the fists, or the large scale that makes people's adrenaline soar, it can definitely meet the expectations of fans. Kenneth Turan: I personally think this is the best movie Wayne has made since the 1990s. It not only retains his previous social criticism, but also has the clearest storytelling techniques, and is the most successful work in terms of drama and entertainment. This undoubtedly shows Wayne's excellent grasp of the story. The coherence is very strong, and the twists and turns of the story also make the monotonous theme of the environment not boring. It has expanded the creative space for gangster films, and the details of shaping the characters are also much richer. So in my opinion, it is more of a social drama than a psychological drama. Of course, I personally think that the theme of the film is clear, and the closed ending makes people feel absurd and refreshing. Compared with the classics he shot in the past, there are not so many things to reminisce. But no matter what, this can be called Wayne's masterpiece in black films. Todd McCarthy. The Departed is a model of parallel and cross-montage in terms of the handling of the entire film's narrative. Through the use of post-editing, the handling of parallel montage and contrast montage is very natural and smooth, making the relationship between the characters in the story seem to become more direct and simple, and the effect presented is very good. It is a model of technical proficiency. From the various ways of handling this film, it can be found that Wayne Greenberg has completely reached the master level in terms of technology and control of film narrative, lens, and so on. Los Angeles Times. What a pity. In an office on the 7th floor of the Warner Brothers building in Burbank, the media capital, Bruce Rosenblum threw down the newspaper in his hand. From early morning to now, all he saw were various media and film critics praising Wayne like worship. Across the desk, Jeff Robinov lit a victory cigar and asked leisurely, "What a pity?" Facing the Theater Alliance, "We should insist on signing an exclusive screening agreement." Bruce Rosenblum shook his head. With the brilliance Wayne has created over the past few years, there is hope that we can come to an agreement. Otherwise, we can just crush Disney. Chapter 423. Exclusivity. Speaking of exclusive screening, it is definitely not a new term. The practice of exclusive screening in Hollywood has lasted for more than half a century. From the earliest hand-cranked projection era to the current film era and even the future digital era, it has always been a well-known monopoly weapon used by the 3 major cinema companies and the 6 Hollywood giants. Specifically, exclusive screening refers to a contract signed between distributors and exhibitors to ensure that exhibitors located in the hinterland of the city can conduct exclusive first-run film screenings, thereby preventing competing theaters in the same area from screening the same new film at the same time. Although this policy is not limited to large exhibitors, in fact, independent theaters and cinemas have been fighting against the exclusive screening of large theaters. In recent years, due to the rapid growth of the North American film market, the operating difficulties of independent theaters and cinemas have intensified, and the damage caused by the exclusive screening of large theaters has become even deeper. In fact, people only see the impact of exclusive screening on small theater companies and completely ignore the impact on production companies. You know, it is the 3 major cinema companies that usually sign exclusive screening contracts. When they sign a film from a certain production company, it means the end of other films in the same period. Since the 1990s, every film of Wayne has brought a huge amount of traffic and revenue to the Cinema Alliance headed by the 3 major cinema companies after it was released. To a certain extent, it is entirely possible to negotiate an exclusive screening contract with the cinema companies just by relying on his name. If today's new film is not The Departed, but the second Batman, Bruce Rosenblum will never hesitate, and is 100% sure that he can negotiate it. But this is not a purely commercial film after all. Even at the beginning of the project preparation, Wayne explained the situation in advance, that the main goal of this film is to win the Oscar statuette. After the film was completed, during the internal preview, all the senior executives of Warner Brothers knew that this was destined not to be a film with a large audience. The extremely stylized production, coupled with the excessive scale in the film, made it difficult for the cinema companies to believe that such a film could be as popular as Batman. "Don't worry, Bruce." A thick cigar was thrown across the desk. Jeff Robinov walked out from behind the desk with the cigar just lit between his fingers, stood in front of the window, and looked down at the busy crowd on Burbank Street. 2 thick mists spewed out of his nose, which were particularly obvious under the sunlight that had just risen. "Bruce, to some extent, Wayne is much smarter and greedier than you and me. He has a complex personality, but his code of conduct is not complex at all. That's right, that is profit first. He can endure the criticism of those film critics in person for that damned little golden man, and he can also go against his will to please the old man in the academy, but there will never be many such situations. I believe that, no matter what the result of the Oscar journey of The Departed is this time, he will immediately turn around and continue to shoot commercial films with huge profits. The meaning of the CEO of Warner Brothers is very clear. There is no need to worry about whether The Departed has signed an exclusive screening contract or even the revenue of this film. They just need to do their best to help the young man get what he wants. After this film, whether it is the exclusive screening agreement they have been thinking about, or the extremely rich box office revenue, and the peripheral revenue that makes countless companies in the industry jealous, they will naturally make up for it. I just feel a little bit sorry. Bruce Rosenblum shook his head slightly, trimming the cigar carefully while saying, "It seems that The Departed can not only recover the investment from the theater market, but also make a lot of money. I never doubted this." A chuckle came. Jeff Robinov turned around and walked back to his desk, glancing at the various newspapers and magazines on the table. 90% of them were praising The Departed. Some media were PR'd by Warner Brothers, and more were just riding on the popularity. Bruce Wayne's movie can't lose money. Although he said it with a smile, his confidence can still be heard from it. At least this movie can't lose money, unless he fails 3 or 2 times in a row, and completely consumes the brand effect he has established among movie fans. Otherwise, even if he shoots a niche movie, there will still be a large number of fans willing to try it. Bruce Rosenblum took the spray gun, lit the cigar and nodded. He also knew that this was the biggest benefit of the director establishing a brand effect. When a large number of fans think that the films you shoot are all fine, even if you occasionally fail, fans will choose to watch them out of inertia, especially young people. The rebellious nature of young people still exists to a certain extent. They do not believe in the so-called authority. Everything will be based on what they see with their own eyes. This is also the main reason why the influence of film critics has decreased in the summer season. Young people would rather believe the recommendations of their friends than take a second look at the scores of so-called famous film critics. Jeff, the first box office share of The Matrix has been paid by the theater company. Bruce Rosenblum frowned when he mentioned this. You know, there have always been different voices within the Warner Brothers board of directors regarding the income of The Matrix. Everyone knows that Wayne's share must not be wrong. It must be actively transferred to the Greenberg studio account without a penny difference. The production cost of The Matrix is about $80 million, of which $40 million is real money paid by Wayne. Needless to say, he must enjoy the benefits he deserves. But the other $40 million was raised by the Warner Brothers Film and Television Production Department under the banner of Wayne from an outside international film fund. They inevitably had other ideas. According to the usual practice of Hollywood production companies, the final account of The Matrix must be a loss. This is the treatment of funds from outside the circle. Even the vampires on Wall Street cannot play with these media giants. But now it involves Wayne's income. Although he is a major shareholder at Warner Brothers, no one can be sure what he thinks before sitting down to discuss. I remember that the distribution department signed a distribution contract with the Hacker Studio to pay all the shares within 6 months after the film is off the shelves, right? Jeff Robinov put down the cigar in his hand, raised one hand, gently stroked his chin, and said while thinking and considering, "There is no way. This involves Wayne, and they must be cautious in every decision. Especially when it comes to money. No one wants to cause dissatisfaction with that man because of this step of the film's income, and even if a gap is created unknowingly, it will be even more loss-making." Bruce Rosenblum's helpless voice was heard in the thick fog. It is stipulated that the payment should be made within 6 months after the film is taken off the shelves, but according to the rules, all the remuneration of Wayne is paid in advance after the account is received. I estimate that in less than 2 days, the accountant Colin Howard will come to the door on his own. Of course, Wayne is extremely respected within Warner Brothers. He has won the respect of all senior executives and shareholders with his own strength. Most importantly, he can always bring huge benefits to everyone. But the other staff around Wayne have a completely different attitude. For example, Jimmy, the agent who is like a vampire, loses all his bottom line as long as it involves Wayne's income. As long as he appears at the negotiation table, all the senior executives of Warner Brothers feel disgusted. Putting aside Jimmy, who only has to endure disgust once or twice a year, accountant Colin Howard is no less than him. He is a troublesome person who appears in the financial department of Warner Brothers almost every few months. Everyone could guess that some of the actions of this accountant might not have been allowed or authorized by Wayne, but no one was stupid enough to verify it, because he had always been protecting the interests of his clients, and he always had 4 senior accountants from PricewaterhouseCoopers with him to protect them. The huge revenue that the Matrix could generate was definitely more than the subsequent share that Wayne usually made. The box office was only a small part of it. The bulk of it was the huge sales of peripheral items, which exceeded $110 million. Nearly $50 million belonged to the production company, but it was also in the financial account of Warner Brothers. No one dared to make a move on this money. All the account transactions with peripheral distributors were monitored by the PricewaterhouseCoopers accounting team led by Colin Howard. Wait, Wayne should still be on the plane to New York. Jeff Robinov looked at the time and said, I will call him before noon to discuss it. As long as the money belonging to Greenberg Studio is not less than a penny, he should not object to how Warner Brothers operates the accounts. Bruce Rosenblum nodded and said dully, okay, I'll leave it to you. In fact, both of them knew that no media group composed of capital was willing to give up so much profit, including Wayne's share. If Wayne was willing to be a producer or director, Warner Brothers would not be stingy to give him the top box office share contract in the circle. However, no one is a fool. Everyone in the company understood that when the huge profits of the Matrix were seen by the greedy young man, no matter what project it was in the future, he would definitely think of co-investing first, and would never be willing to take that little bit of box office share. Fortunately, Wayne is willful enough to make such a promise in order to control this year's summer season. Warner Brothers is not a small company. Wayne paid the promise of never participating in the DC series investment in order to drive this media giant to follow his wishes in everything during the summer season. Therefore, most people in the company also think that he is a willful madman. Chapter 424 Wayne is smarter than anyone else. Do you also think he is willful and crazy? Humph. Jeff Robinov suddenly smiled. Without careful observation, you can see that there is a strong sense of sarcasm on his upturned mouth. What? Bruce Rosenblum didn't understand what he meant. He took the cigar from his mouth and looked over in confusion. Bruce, this is why I say Wayne is smart. Jeff Robinov let out a long breath, relaxed his upper body, put away all his expressions, and leaned back in his chair seriously. He crossed his hands on his chest, but his eyes were cast towards the media capital under the bright sunshine outside the window. After 3 or 2 minutes, his voice finally sounded slowly. On the surface, it seems that Wayne is taking revenge on those companies for maliciously throwing dirty water at him. I have to say that this has a very good effect. Now everyone knows his character. He is an out-and-out madman. Try not to mess with him. In fact, the reason is not just that. As a major shareholder of Warner Brothers, Wayne also has a very high reputation within the company. Bruce, you have to understand that the reason why everyone respects him is because he can create huge benefits for everyone. But what if one day he wants more benefits? The question of the CEO of Warner Brothers made Larissa Rosenblum fall into silence. In fact, there is no need to ask if. No one does not want more benefits. This is a commercialized society, and capital itself is greedy. If you put yourself in Wayne's shoes, if you have everything Wayne has now, you will definitely not be willing to be just a pure movie director. Since your own works can always reap profits calculated in billions, why do you work for others every time and only take the box office share and salary of tens of millions? Especially after the trial of The Matrix, I believe that, after seeing the real profits behind a big selling movie, no one can resist being tempted. Compared with the income from the operation of copyrights through all channels, the profit from the box office share is negligible. Undoubtedly, in such a situation once or twice, Warner Brothers could only agree with their noses. Not only agreed, but also fully supported Wayne to do so, because he is too important to Warner Brothers now. But what if it happens more times? Which media giant composed of capital will not be willing to let him take away the profits that belong to their own private land in this way? The final result is nothing more than a conflict because of money and an irreconcilable crack in the relationship between the two parties. The final result can be imagined, that is, parting ways. You mean? Bruce Rosenblum thought of this and immediately put down the cigar in his hand. For a moment, he didn't care about enjoying it and looked straight across the desk. Yes, Wayne thought of this earlier than us. Jeff Robinov nodded, with sincere appreciation in his tone. So, going crazy is just an excuse. He simply made his promise. No matter how big the market of the DC series is in the future, he will not covet the profits from it, and he will never participate in the investment in any name. After such an analysis, the distribution director of Warner Bros. Also understood that the other party had undoubtedly suppressed the main factor of the conflict between the two sides in advance. It must be said that, if Wayne does not want to get out of control in the future and be tied together for a long time, he must make some concessions. In this way, at least all shareholders of Warner Bros. And Time Warner will breathe a sigh of relief early. In fact, as long as the DC series, which is estimated to have a market size of tens of billions by the company, is not touched, they can only happily support all other excessive behaviors of Wayne. What a pity. This is the second time Bruce Rosenblum said this morning. The previous time was because he regretted not signing an exclusive distribution agreement with the theater company, and this time it was because he felt sorry for Wayne. You know, no one knows how much future income the young man has given up this time. Not a pity. Jeff Robinov shook his head, smiling like a child. You have to know that what Wayne gave up was only the opportunity to enter the DC series, but he did not agree that he would not cooperate with Warner Bros. In the future like the Matrix. The two looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. With Wayne's production ability, even if he was only a project initiator or producer, the success rate of the film would not be low. This is the case with The Matrix and The Departed, which officially opened on a large scale today. In fact, even if he did not invest to covet the huge profits of the DC series, he would not make less money. As long as he thought of the two later parts of The Matrix, they both felt like they saw a green mountain made of US dollars. Shit, I was just about to tell you something. Bruce Rosenblum put out his cigar in the ashtray, as if he suddenly thought of something terrible. The CEO of Warner Bros. Frowned and asked, "What?" Bruce Rosenblum suddenly leaned forward, closing the distance between the two parties, and whispered, "As far as I know, Wayne's vampire agent Jimmy has been collecting various copyrights. I don't know about other things, but the film and television copyrights of the epic fantasy masterpieces The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are now under Wayne's name." Seeing the other party's eyes widened, he didn't wait for Jeff Robinov to ask, and continued, "This epic has always been pursued by the fat man Harvey, but Wayne has never let go. He specially found a New Zealander through his agent, who is adapting the script of this masterpiece and obviously has the intention to produce it. Speaking of Harvey Weinstein, the fat man, he is indeed not liked by people in the circle. His arrogant and domineering personality, who doesn't sell face to anyone, is still not taken seriously by the senior executives of the parent company Walt Disney. There have always been rumors of conflicts between Miramax and Disney Emperor Michael Eisner. But this fat guy not only did not disappear because of his style of doing things, but became more and more powerful because of his sharp insight into the market. Just looking at the production ability, this fat guy is definitely the top in the circle. Wayne's vision in movies is unquestionable. Now this fat guy has also set his sights on this magical masterpiece. It is hard not to look forward to the market potential of the project that two top producers in the circle value. This is just what we know. We have no way of knowing how many projects can be launched at any time. Bruce Rosenblum shook his head, completely impressed by the young man's foresight. As far as I know, Wayne's agent started collecting copyrights a few years ago. Today's Hollywood market seems to be expanding globally, but in fact, everyone in the industry knows that production companies are becoming more conservative, because most of the big productions that are truly profitable come from sequels or adapted films. The proportion of original films is constantly decreasing. This is determined by the market and will never be deviated by the will of a certain person. Now, almost all the major companies have realized this. In the future cinema market, sequels and adapted movies will be the mainstream. The popularity of these movies is definitely not comparable to the original ones. The result is that everyone is paying more and more attention to copyright. Almost as soon as a good book on the North American bestseller list appears, it will be approached by major film companies to buy out the film and television copyright, even if it is not filmed now, and put in the copyright library for backup. Wayne's behavior of collecting copyrights a few years in advance is destined to create inestimable benefits for him in the future. Both of them realized that this might be the main reason why the other party was willing to give up a share of the DC series. Bruce, I remember, Jeff Robinov recalled and asked uncertainly, Wayne almost started a science fiction project about a gorilla climbing the Twin Towers? Also, after that party, I heard that there was a script about a dog. It seems that everyone will be busy in the future. The two looked at each other, and no one knew whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. He has already left for New York to promote the film. It seems that we have to prepare a celebration party for the crew in advance. We will have to have a good chat with him then. Bruce Rosenblum is very clear about the significance of the other party holding a large number of copyrights and projects. In terms of the current success rate, it is not an exaggeration to describe Wayne as a mobile money printing machine. A successful and popular movie can create too much revenue. Under the operation of the 6 giants' complete upstream and downstream channels, the profit margin is definitely greater than selling contraband in Mexico next door. Speaking of which, the behavior of major film companies paying attention to copyright in advance can still be blamed on Wayne's influence on Warner Brothers in advance. In the past few years, under his invisible influence, Warner Brothers' big productions are almost all sequels and adapted films, all of which have created amazing results. With the large investment in sequels and adapted films, as well as the success rate of projects directed by Wayne himself, Warner Brothers' performance has ranked first among the 6 giants for 3 consecutive years. The second may have been changing, but the first has no intention of shaking. Why did the other companies try to discredit Wayne, even though they knew it was impossible? It was because they knew that as long as Warner Brothers lost this big tree that contributed half of its performance, its #1 position would not be as unshakable as it is now. Jeff Robinov glanced at the newspaper on the table and decided to consider the matter at hand first. Bruce, the subsequent promotion of The Departed will be based on the name of Wayne's last R-rated film, and the remaining resources will be placed on the 3 leading actors. The polarization of the audience's reputation for this film is inevitable, so we will focus on the sentimental card. Okay, I'll notify them when I get back. Chapter 425 Doesn't Your Knee Hurt? Park Avenue in Manhattan, New York. The buildings here are regarded as the model of architecture and design in the Art Deco period. The buildings that can be seen everywhere are themselves a vibrant work of art. Park Avenue 49th Street, the world's first skyscraper hotel, is a legendary New York Waldorf Astoria hotel. There is probably no hotel in the world that can witness countless major historical events and host so many celebrities from various countries like the New York Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, every North American president has stayed here. There used to be a secret train station inside the hotel, which was said to be for the convenience of Roosevelt Jr., but Wayne's curiosity was destined to be unsatisfied, because this legendary train station had long been abandoned. The theme of this hotel is very red, that is, everything that exists is to serve the rich. This purpose can be traced back to the 1880s, when John Astor, the head of the Astor family, was known as the richest man in the world at that time. The richest man left all his wealth to his only son, William Waldorf Astor, and before his death, he specifically asked him to build a hotel dedicated to serving the rich. This is how the world's first skyscraper hotel, the Waldorf, came into being. When Jennifer Connelly raised her head, she suddenly saw a woman wearing glasses sitting on the balcony on the right. The only woman who could appear in the top floor suite was Nina Wayne's 24-hour personal assistant. Sorry, Jennifer, I stayed here first. The assistant pushed her glasses habitually and looked at the two of them without a trace of emotion. I was afraid of affecting your mood, so I was very careful not to make any noise. Nina, wearing the hotel's white bathrobe, leaned on the recliner and shrugged. She glanced at Jennifer Connelly's beautiful figure under her delicate face and teased, "Don't your knees hurt? If I were you, I wouldn't kneel there and look at me stupidly." F***K. Following the assistant's teasing, Jennifer Connelly whispered a curse. After reacting, she wanted to get up at the first time, but stumbled and knelt on the ground again. Wayne rolled his eyes and reached out to pull her up. The woman didn't care about anything else and ran into the suite immediately. Since he had been seen throughout the whole process, with Wayne's thick skin, he simply pulled the bath towel on the side and wrapped himself up. He picked up a cigarette leisurely and lit it, and once again cast a comfortable look at the picturesque street downstairs. "Boss, I remind you, don't catch a cold." Nina raised her wrist, looked at the time, and said, "It's 11:45 now, and the event starts at 1 in the afternoon. I have prepared the dress for you in advance. Also, Jeff just called when you were busy ravaging that little wildcat. Damn it, I'll change clothes right away." Even with his thick skin, facing the expressionless report of the assistant lady, he also felt a little embarrassed, which was rare. He turned around with a cigarette in his mouth and walked into the suite, walked into the bathroom, and started to take a shower and change clothes. "Honey." Jennifer Connelly helped him to adjust his shirt while looking at him carefully and asked, "We just went crazy on the balcony. Only Nina saw it, right?" "What?" Wayne didn't understand what she meant. Although this American girl looked soft and delicate, she was actually as unrestrained and hot behind the scenes. She shouldn't care if others accidentally saw it. The woman helped him straighten his shirt and said directly, "Well, I mean, it was only Nina who saw it, right? Your bear-like bodyguard wasn't on the balcony just now, was he?" He shook his head. "That's impossible. When Sergey stays in a hotel, he usually just stays in his room playing games. Hurry up and change into your dress. You still have about an hour to clean yourself up." There were relatively few activities scheduled for today. After getting off the plane in the morning, they checked into this world-famous Regal hotel. There was only a media meeting arranged in the afternoon, and a fan meeting at a theater in the Imperial chain in the evening. "Take your time to clean up." He kissed the woman's cheek gently, looked at a red evening dress that the woman had turned out, shook his head gently, and said, "If you have time in the afternoon, you can ask Nina to accompany you to Fifth Avenue to pick out a few more dresses and handbags." "Ha, is this a reward for my good performance?" Jennifer Connelly smiled and raised her eyebrows and waved her fist at him mischievously. "Then you have to be careful with your credit card. I will never let you, a big capitalist, go easily." Wayne suddenly stretched out his finger, tapped the girl's forehead, picked up the phone and emphasized, "Hey, girl, where are we?" Jennifer Connelly was very smart and immediately responded and replied proudly, "This is the starting point of all civilization, the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. This hotel has such a high status in North American culture. The conversation they just had is a famous scene in the movie Scent of a Woman, and half of the scenes in this movie took place in this hotel. The classic tango scene in film history also came from the banquet hall of this hotel." Leaving the woman in the room to continue cleaning up, Wayne smiled and walked out of the bedroom and came to the large living room in the middle of the suite, ready to ask Jeff Robinoff if there was anything important when he called just now. As for spending some money on luxury goods for the woman, he didn't take it to heart at all. In his eyes, this is a very low-cost way of dating. He doesn't need to worry about the money. The assistant has a Wells Fargo black card signed by him. If he only buys luxury goods, it is difficult to make the most of the card. "Nina, Ms. Clean, can you go change your clothes?" As soon as he entered the living room, Wayne was confused. The assistant was still dressed the same way as before, or rather, she was not dressed at all. She was wearing a white bathrobe and the hotel and glasses, waiting for him. "I will change before I leave. I don't have to wear a dress, right?" Miss Nina argued. "This is a rare time for me to relax in my team. Living in the most expensive hotel in the world, of course I have to enjoy their best things. Boss, the bathtub here is actually equipped with a massage. Don't you know?" Hey, I know." He raised his hands helplessly and made a gesture of surrender. When it comes to work, he is definitely the one who is at a disadvantage. The assistant is almost inseparable from him, and he has no private time at all. Except for enduring her occasional sharp sarcasm, she can be regarded as a perfect personal assistant. "Listen, when you go back, you can go and talk to Hella and ask her to replace this damn massage bathtub in your room." He raised his hand helplessly and patted his forehead. "By the way, ask her to order a cabinet of comfortable bathrobes like this for you. Are you satisfied? Can we talk about business?" "Yep. A crisp answer came from Nina's mouth, and at the same time, she winked at her boss playfully, with an expression of success. Jeff called and hoped that the final accounts of The Matrix would be made into a loss by Warner Brothers and your accounting team. It seems that he even wants to eat the $40 million principal of the Overseas Film Fund. Promise him and say that there is no problem on my side. Wayne nodded happily. This matter had no impact on him at all, and it could even allow him to get more dividends when shareholders are distributed, so there was no need to object. You should contact Colin later and remind him to keep an eye on all the accounts and not trust the financial department of Warner Brothers. In Hollywood, a place full of intrigues, he never hesitated to look at his partners on the same boat with a guilty eye. Not to mention Warner Brothers. In his heart, the only person he really trusted was Nina, and now he had to add Naomi Watts, who had given birth to a child. Yes, compared to the assistant lady whose fate was actually completely tied to him, he only had half the trust in the Australian actress with whom he had a special relationship. Hollywood is a place of fame and fortune that amplifies everyone's emotions. In his opinion, feelings are the most unreliable thing. Anything else? Wayne glanced at the time. It was 12 o'clock. If nothing unexpected happened, he could still rest for a while. He had just played crazy, and now he felt his waist protesting faintly. Yes. Nina's steady voice came again. She took out her work record book calmly, flipped to the middle, and took a look, and continued. Nicolas Cage's agent called and said that they are willing to sign a contract for Batman 2nd, but the specific salary amount must be kept confidential. Okay, help me reply to them. Wayne heard this, lit a cigarette, thought for a while and said, ask Nicholas to wait for me for a while, and say that we will contact him after returning to Los Angeles. When the contract is signed, we will give him the specific script in advance. He needs to find the state for this film in advance. Wayne believes that with Nicolas Cage's literary style that has not completely faded, as long as he sees the script, he will be very glad for his choice. In this Batman, in a sense, the Joker played by him is the protagonist, while Bruce Wayne played by Christian Bale is the actual foil. Even if Wayne has tried to adjust the role, it will not become as unbalanced as the original version, and it will not change this point. Of course, he could change the setting of the film, or even the original storyline of The Dark Knight, but no director would be willing to give up and make such a great work that is destined to go down in film history. Perhaps the only biggest change is to give clues about other heroes in the film, give some hints, and pave the way for the arrival of the next hero. At 12:40 p.m., the group of the departed left the hotel in full dress and got on the car to the old Manhattan Bank building at 40 Wall Street between Nassau Street and William Street in Manhattan, which is now called the Rantup Building. A press conference for the departed will be held on the 9th floor of this skyscraper, which is considered the official appearance of the main creative team in New York. Nina, how much is the first box office share of The Matrix? On the way, Wayne looked at the street scene that was constantly receding and asked the assistant lady sitting opposite. In his estimation, the money from The Matrix has only one purpose, that is, to be used for the Blue Sky Studios that will become his own. Everyone in the circle knows how much money an animation studio burns, and it is always right to prepare more. Jennifer Connelly, who had been silently holding Wayne's arm, also pricked up her ears when she heard them talking about this issue. Everyone in the circle knew that this young boss was a super rich man, but no one knew how much money he had. Even the profit of each of his movies had always been the subject of speculation by the media. Nina glanced at Jennifer Connelly and saw that her boss looked indifferent, so she spoke up. The current North American box office of The Matrix is $176 million. The first batch of revenue sharing from North American theater companies is $75 million, which has been transferred to the account of Warner Brothers. The overseas revenue sharing will take time and we have to wait. Wayne nodded silently. He would not get much money in the end. He had been mentally prepared for this. The bulk of the income was still to come. The peripherals of The Matrix were a large part of the income, and as time went on, it would only increase. The rest would have to wait until the film was off the shelves. With the type of movie The Matrix, it would definitely become a favorite in the video rental and trading market. The income from it was definitely not comparable to that box office. There are also the North American TV premiere rights, second round broadcast rights, various authorizations, various overseas film and television authorizations, etc., which are the real big part of the income of The Matrix. This is not a one-time deal like the box office. Similar income can still be there for more than 10 or 20 years. This is considered the private reserve of major movie giants. In his previous life, he had seen the Hong Kong kung fu star Zhao Long, who participated in the Matrix project on the short video platform. It is said that after so many years, the Matrix is still creating income for him continuously, and it will continue to do so. This shows the money-making ability of this film. You have to keep an eye on all the income of The Matrix. Wayne was silent for a while, and when he was about to arrive at the event site, he suddenly told Nina, "Except for the money to invest in the production of the second and third parts, don't touch anything else. You have to prepare for the development of Blue Sky Studios." "Okay, I understand." Nina nodded seriously. The convoy of luxury cars slowly stopped at the parking lot of the long top building. The first thing to greet everyone was a flashing camera flash. There is a way to travel in the mountains and a boat to cross the deep water. Harmony makes spring beautiful, and the new year is better than the old. Days go by and months pass, morning and night rotate. May joy prevail, and good things be expected. I wish all book friends everything goes well in the new year. This is the only chapter today. There is a lot of trouble at home. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.